Welcome to the American Business Podcast. I'm Kevin Deveji, your host. I'm welcoming you to the special episode today, 2025 Year in Review. This is the part two. As you know, we started yesterday reviewing some of the American Business Podcast episodes, highlighting important parts of each episode that we reviewed yesterday, and we'll continue that process today. Before we start highlighting the American Business Podcast episodes, if you'd like to be a guest, you can send us an email, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. We welcome business professionals, entrepreneurs, business owners, business professionals, executives, the next generation business professionals as well. You are more than welcome to join us in the American Business Podcast. The American Business Podcast is the voice of American business. We are the fastest growing podcast in US, America's fastest growing business podcast. I'm proud to say and share this with you. Also, if you like to advertise and sponsor the American Business Podcast, you can also reach out to us, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. We welcome organizations, corporations, companies. If you like to promote your company, your products, and your services, you can advertise and you can join the reputable list of sponsors and supporters of the American Business Podcast. Our supporters are listed on our website as well as in our YouTube channel. If you go to the playlist under sponsors and supporters, you can see our reputable sponsors and supporters of the American Business Podcast. If you have an idea and if you like us to cover a certain subject, if you like us to have a certain guest, if you like to recommend, suggest a guest, you can also send us an email, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. American Business Podcast is growing. Now we have more than 130,000 YouTube subscribers and close to 1 million view on YouTube. We are also available on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music, as well as YouTube Music for those who like to listen to our podcast in audio format. We are broadcasting for both video format as well as audio podcast format. So we are available in both options as a podcast. Also, I like to invite you to our website, americanpodcast.tv, for coming podcast episodes, as well as our schedule. Our updates are available on the American Business Podcast website. And for those who like to join our networking event, as you know, we have a monthly networking event. We call it Networking Plus Podcasting. If you like to sign up and join us to promote your company, your products and services, you are more than welcome to join us. The next one is scheduled for January 30th. And you can join us. The unique part of this online business networking event is while you are networking with other business professionals, you are also on the American Business Podcast in front of thousands of American Business Podcast YouTube subscribers as well as listeners. So that's why we call these networking and podcasting online business networking event. If you scan this QR code, it'll take you to our registration page. You can sign up and join us. We have limited seating, and today is a great day to sign up for this Networking Plus Podcasting event for January 30th. Okay, great. Well, let's start our review. Well, in the beginning, I like us to focus on family-owned businesses. When we look at businesses in US, especially small businesses, there are more than 30 million businesses in the US. These are small businesses mostly, and there are many family-owned businesses. In the next episode, let's focus on American small businesses, especially family-owned businesses. And I'd like you to review episode 31 with Jamie Austin and Daniel Stiglitz. And together we talk about American small businesses and American family-owned businesses. Let's get the episode started and we'll continue our highlights and discussions together. Hello, welcome to the American Business Podcast. I'm Kevin Deveji, your host. We have great group of professionals today, and we're gonna have a very educational, informative business podcast today in American Business Podcast for the next generation. We have a lot to cover, so I'd like to invite our guest to our virtual stage. Beth, our producer, if you can invite our guest, that'd be great. All right, great. So we have Jamie Austin with us from PSP Turnkey Solutions, and we have Dan Stiglitz with us from SaaS Worldwide Company. So together we have a lot to cover, and let's get started. Jamie, Dan, welcome to the podcast.
Thanks, Kevin.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
Appreciate it. How are you guys doing? How was your week so far? Let's banter a little bit.
So far, so good. And it's sunny out. Pool is blue. I'm ready to go.
Yep, it's Friday and we're ready for the weekend.
Sounds good. Well, if that's okay, let's start with introductions to our audience. Jamie, let's start with you, if that's okay. Would you please introduce yourself and your company to our audience so that
All right.
they can know about you? Thank you.
I'm Jamie Austin, and I am the Director of Business Development for PSP Turnkey Solutions. We are a solutions provider. We have a class of 45 vendors who work with us, and we bring solutions to companies. But I'm here today, I think, more under the guise of Austin Travel, a family business, and where I worked with my father and brothers for 30 years.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yes, we have a lot to talk about, especially family business is the main subject matter today. So we are looking forward to hearing your insights. How about you, Dan? Would you please introduce yourself and your company to our audience?
Sure, Dan Stieglitz, CS Worldwide. Jamie and I have known each other way too many years. We're going to have some fun today. But CS Worldwide, we are process improvement, data transformation, and automation specialists helping companies become more efficient and effective. We always say all roads lead back to accounting, so we help you implement accounting software, ERP software, CRM, all the buzzwords. And in order to do this, we take a holistic view. We look at how companies do their processes, everything from sales to shipping or delivery of service and everything in between. All roads lead back to accounting, so we make sure of that. We do that with our partners like Kevin and Kerr Consulting to come in. And back in pandemic years, Jamie and I joined forces to create the PSP turnkey solution. First to help my clients, and then we found out that our solution providers wanted to help each other. So we spun off and made Jamie our business development officer. He's doing a fabulous job.
Well, thank you very much. And just to stay with that, we're family because I've known him since, as you say, back in high school. So it goes back a long time. And his brother and I were even roommates for many years. Another story for another day. But to talk about CAS and PSP, I like to say that he goes and finds the companies and identifies their problems, and I come in and help them implement their solutions. So it really is very much a family for the two of us.
Can you tell us about your work a little bit? How did you decide to choose your current careers? Jamie, maybe we can start with you.
Well, actually, I'm glad you asked, how did I choose? So, well, my father started a business back in 1955. And so from a very young age, I always like to say from the age of 4, I had decided I wanted to go into the family business. And in fact, I used to sign my high school yearbook because I made my father take out an ad and it would say, Larry Austin, president. And I would put my name underneath it and say, Jamie Austin, president in training. So I always wanted to go into the family business. And sure enough, graduated on Sunday. And by Wednesday, I was at work. How's that?
Well, sounds exciting. How about you then?
So I was also geared, led by my dad, who was a CPA, and said to me when I was back in college, and considering doing this thing called computers, which back then were very big, very costly, and I wanted to do something with business and computers. And he said, "Get your CPA. You can do whatever you want." And that was very wise decision. So I went through college, got my CPA, went into private companies, CFO, controller, and then I decided because most of the businesses I was with were family owned, I didn't like watching other people's money, but I liked helping them. So then I branched out to be able to help them better their business by doing process improvement and implementing accounting systems, which brought me back to computers.
Can you tell us about your work? What are the exciting and challenging parts of your work in general, Jamie?
Well, again, I love how it described for my life here as PSP, which really relates back to what I used to do back in Austin Travel. Is Dan finds the problems and I fix the problems, and that to me is my greatest joy, and that's one of the things I did back in my Austin Travel days, is identified where we were lacking, and I love to implement new programs, new technologies, look for ways to improve what we were doing to make us more efficient and ultimately more profitable.
How about you then? What are the exciting
So
and challenging parts of your work?
the exciting part of my work is I enjoy going into companies and educating them to the ways that can make them more efficient and effective. And usually I come into a company that's hit a roadblock, maybe some bumps. Management can't seem to get the right information from their systems, from their people, and they're frustrated. And my favorite or best client would be one when I come out and I lay out the process of what we've done, give them a roadmap for change, and they come back to me and go, I knew everything you said as I read your report, but I could never put it into words like you did and find a way out. I always thought it was one person was giving me a problem or one application was giving me a problem. You took a holistic view of everything and were able to open my eyes to the next, what I have to do next.
Well, I like to shift our conversation towards family-owned businesses. So, what makes a family-owned business different from other businesses? Also, what are the typical challenges that you see in family-owned businesses that you can share with us?
That's easy. The first one is it's family, and you have to remember that your boss may be your father or your brother or your cousin, and that you know you may be sitting across the table from them Thanksgiving, dinner, and they got to remember that. You got to remember that no matter what happens, no matter how much you fight or disagree during the day, you still go home to family at night, or vice versa. You might be fighting at home, but you got to work together at the office. So that's always a big thing. Another thing that I've always felt is roles and responsibilities, and that is to be clear, what are the roles? We did a very good job with that within our company back in those days. Now, I had two brothers, and so we actually at one point put a roadmap of where we were as we'll call it as junior managers in the company, and where we ultimately needed to how we would ultimately get to be the senior management of the company. And it was a 10-year plan. And I can tell you what was real amazing is we pulled it out 10 years later, and we were exactly where we were supposed to be. So, well, to give you an idea, my one brother ran our operations. So he was in the front end with the clients. I was at one point I ran accounting, and then at one point a little bit of a change. I went into sales, and so that was my focus, was client services. And then my third brother was handling all of our technology. And so each of us had a lane, and each of us knew what our job was, and each of us was a working manager within the organization. So it was very important that we had these well-defined roles and responsibilities, so that we didn't step on each other's toes. Another thing is, like I said, it planning, and that we did a good job with doing that and planning it. And then the last thing, which is an interesting challenge, well, there's always many more, is compensation. That's always a sore point. You ask the question is if there are family members working in the business and there are family members not, how do you compensate? How do you inherit? And so we had a difference of opinion. My father was very interested. He thought that one of us had to be identified as a leader and they should get paid more. And the three of us, because we felt comfortable with each other and had specific roles, even though we were maybe different titles, we all agreed that we would equally compensate ourselves. So as far as I know, we were all paid the same every year.
Yes. So, yeah, these are pretty important points. How about you, Dan? What do you think in terms
So,
of
I
yeah,
want to
family businesses?
dovetail on that he's talking about roles and responsibilities. Because when we go into a company, whether it's a family-owned business or a regular business, but more importantly, when it's a family-owned business, is what we call the accountability chart. So everybody can be given a role and a responsibility of what to do, but who's accountable? Who's accountable for what? And by being accountable, what does that mean? That means that you are ultimately held responsible. It doesn't mean you're doing the work, but you are held responsible. You're the top throat to choke if anything goes wrong. And we find in family businesses, sometimes the people that are put in a role or given a title aren't the ones held accountable. And that creates animosity within the company and issues with employees who are working with this person. So we try and help clients see that for what it is and assign the right role to the right person. We always talk about right seats, right people. We got to make sure that we have the right seats and the seats fit the person's behind, so they know what they're supposed to do.
What is the right
Speaking of
time
Fred,
to? Yes.
I would say, can I just jump in on that for one
Yes,
thing?
please.
I said it just earlier. I ran the accounting department for quite a few years, and then I was being critical of the company. Now here we were. We had gone from my father running a business to now having three sons in the business. So now there were four families to be supported. And from the accounting standpoint, I was looking at it and saying, well, we can't support everybody as we've come to live at the current level. We need to grow. We need to get bigger. We need to be more profitable. And so one day I got called into my father's office and he said, congratulations. You're now the vice president of sales. That's how I changed jobs. And so sometimes, you got to put your money where your mouth is, or someone's going to put it there for you.
How long was that transition period, Jamie? I know you say one day, but you were now responsible for two operations within the organization.
Well, no, I actually, at that point, when I did transition over, my first role was to find my replacement in accounting. So I got somebody for accounting, and then I went out. Tell you how long ago that was. I went out and I bought a pager and a cell phone so that I had communication. But it was a very significant change, but a very unique perspective. So here I was, and Dan comes from that accounting side. I was the accountant, so I was the cost, the budget controller. I was the cost reducer. I was always looking for how do we reduce our expenses, how do we save money. And now I'm in sales, and that's not what the sales guys think. So here I was now on the other side of the fence, saying we got to spend money. We got to advertise. We got to promote. You need to buy me things and tools so that I can go out and I can sell this to people. A little bit of a change, but the beauty of it is having had the accounting background, I understood the idea of ROI, and that as I would buy something, it needed to have value. It needed to give us a return. I couldn't just go out and buy something just for the fun of it. No toys, though I had lots of toys.
I have a funny story about something similar with sales and titles and roles.
Mhm.
I have an affiliate of mine that when I first met him 20 years ago, I knew he owned the company, but on his card it said Vice President Sales. So I said, You're the vice president. Who's the president? He goes, well, I am. I go, so why don't you put yourself out that way? He goes, because if something goes wrong, I got to blame somebody. So I blame the president. Now, nobody knows who the president is, but I do. So, nobody in accounting would do that. They'd want to be the CFO and put themselves out there and not blame anybody. But in sales, sometimes you need a little scapegoat.
What is the last time? What is the best time actually to have an independent board, and just professional team, and then family members can be in the board, right? Then you can have an independent executive committee and executives, for example. What is the right time for it? You will say.
Oh, that's an interesting question. And while we never had a formal independent board, we were obviously a private company. We did have a team of advisors, and they changed over time. And they were very helpful. They were very helpful to us for a variety of reasons, because they gave us great insight and a view from outside looking in, and taking looking at what we were doing. And they were able to hold us more accountable than ourselves. And so that was that. So I don't think it's ever a bad time to have at least some sort of advisory board, somebody, especially in a family business, especially when there's multiple generations or multiple family relatives, to have somebody outside who just kind of keeps you honest
and listen to them. Most often,
well,
we put people in place, and again, it's that role of accountability. It's like if you hired somebody like me to give you advice on how to change, how to move forward, don't put that in the drawer. Use it, because that's what you paid for.
Kevin, I'll give you another little spin on that one, and that was,
Sure.
as I mentioned, I came right out of college, right into the company business. My brother, my older brother, wanted to go work for somebody else. My father wanted us to go work for somebody else before we came to him, and nobody would hire him because they all knew that it was within the industry. They all knew that he was going to go work for his father. And so he ended up coming to work for us. But I still stay with that, is my father was right in that it's a good idea for us to come out of college and go work for somebody else for a little bit of time. But I'll tell you why. Because if you go to work for your father, then you pick up his bad habits and you perpetuate them, and you don't bring anything new to the table. But if you go outside and you learn other ways of doing things, you now bring knowledge into the family that you would not have gotten anywhere else. And so because I didn't, I just repeated all my father's mistakes.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Also, if you can share some success stories or best practices, doesn't have to be your company necessarily, maybe in general, in terms of an ideal family business, being operated, uh, to manage the operations as well as the company strategically. Are there any, just use cases that you can share with us?
Well, I was thinking about that when I was preparing for this, and the greatest success story we had is that it raised four families if you count my father. My mother, my parents were able to raise three children on this business, and that business was able to provide for many years for those three kids and their families, which now grows to 10 grandchildren and growing as my children get old and get married, and I now start to have grandchildren. So the success is that we survived as a family, and we still like each other still. I know you're looking for business stories. We had many of those. We grew the business very nicely over the years, and we were highly regarded within the industry for our integrity, our work ethic, and for the work we did. So again, the idea that we are fondly remembered to this day. I still have people that come up to me and they say, I used to buy my travel from you. I mean, we're talking people 30, 40 or so years ago. Oh, I remember those well. Our company used you. You guys were great. In fact, I even saw one of those like memories on Facebook one day that somebody posted about my father and our family. That's a success story.
That's true.
Right.
Dan, any insights from you?
Yeah. So again, when I was working for companies, and I'm not the consultant I am today, I worked for a steel distributor, pretty large, and they brought in family to help them start the business, and then they had the family in the business, and they never changed their attitude, which for them wasn't good. Which is, it was two brothers, but one of the brothers was more patriarchal than the other, and when he wanted to move the business out of New York and take it somewhere else, he forgot to ask people like his brother what he thought. And what happened is, when I went up to the brother, because they moved the offices from New York to Florida, and I actually went with him to Florida. But when I was thinking of going, I asked the brother, who was only a 5% owner, so where are you going to live in Florida? He goes, I'm not. Why would you think I would go with my brother? This is business. It's not personal. He decided to do this, and that's his prerogative. And so sometimes you have to think, as Jamie said right in the beginning, you got to be able to go to home. You got to go to Thanksgiving dinner. You got to be able to deal with these people, not just in the business, but out of the business too. And again, this is not a success, but it's best practice to watch. The end of the day, unfortunately, they wound up in court, suing each other over various different things. And, you never want that to happen. So remember, business is business and personal is personal. And treat your family business like it's a business, and don't take advantage.
That's a good one. Treat it like a business.
I'd like us to talk about a little bit more about AI, if that's okay. Let's shift the conversation a little bit.
Oh, okay.
So,
Talk about
well, so many businesses, they implement AI in some form. They get software, they get different technologies. So it is real. It's in practice in different forms, different capacities. What is your take? How AI will change family-owned businesses and business practices in general?
Well, I'm going to jump on that one by
All right.
saying this is definitely something that I, as a family business, would refer to Dan as a process improvement specialist.
Thank you. So it's funny. I was at a networking meeting this morning of lawyers and accountants, and the featured speaker was a Stony Brook University grad student talking all about AI and being very truthful and impactful in what he said. And, kind of, when I say truthful, giving us the lowdown that, there are some myths with AI, and there are some not myths, but you got to get away from it. Like, is AI always not reliable? And he said it all depends upon what you do. But the long or short of it, and as we always say, artificial intelligence, automation of process, if you really don't understand how to do it manually, then you can't use artificial intelligence. You can't use automation, because if it makes a mistake, it's going to happen every time. So you have to have the safeguards built in, the controls built in to watch it. And on top of that, so we were talking to a small law firm who has brought up many times that he's always short-staffed. He's always bogged down by the fact that he does a lot of menial task work and can't manage the business properly. And so this time he got up and he goes, I want to tell you, I've been using AI for some tasks and it freed up a lot of time. And I countered him and said, so does that mean now you're going to forego the bringing in of a staff member because you think you have this handled? And he goes, I didn't think about it that way, but I'm getting a lot more comfortable with what I can do, but I still don't know how to delegate. And AI has taught me not to delegate, which is bad. It's bad for me. It's bad for my professional company, as I should be delegating and aspiring to run it as a business owner and not as one of the lawyers that are here. So there, we have to look at the good and bad in anything we bring in. And AI is definitely good when it's used properly, and definitely bad, not from the fact that it's going to take over, but I think you said it. You continue to have those bad habits. One of the things that the grad student said was, you need to learn how to train your AI, right? Just like you would train a staff member. And so people don't realize that, and they think they're going to bring in an AI tool, and they think it knows better than them because it was built to do this task. So they're going to let it run, and it's going to learn bad habits, and it's going to do the wrong things for you, and you're not even going to know.
So that is, as a family businesses are going to lag behind in implementing AI. And let me see if I can elaborate on that a little bit. So think of yourself as a 2 or 3 generation of family members in the business. Number one, let's call it, in my case, the founder or the senior generation. They're going to hold on too long. That's a standard operating practice. Is I owned it, I built it, it's my baby. Yeah, you're my children, but this is my baby, and they're not going to leave. And so one of the things I always talk about is in family business is the need to transition sooner than later. So taking the fact that the family is going to transition slower, that means that the senior generation is still in the leadership dominant position. Now you say, well, they're not going to be well versed in something like AI. They're not going to capture it and implement it quickly. That's where, if you're a successful family business, you recognize this, you implement change, and you turn the tables. And one of the things that we did not do that I would have liked to have seen done is I would have liked to have seen my father sell the business to my brothers and me, and we use that money. It's rather than him taking a salary. I know this is kind of a tangent, but rather than him taking a salary, he gets a payout. But what that means is that we then had to be the responsible parties. And I now look at my children, and at my age and my position, and they look at me like, you don't know what it is. I don't know about TikTok and Twitch and whatever. So if I was running the business today, I would be falling behind. So you talk about AI in the family business. If you're going to recognize that, you got to recognize that you need to transition. You need to let the next generation take over, and you need to let them make changes a little bit more rapidly than you might be comfortable with.
In addition to what we talk about, I love to also learn about your role models. Have you ever had any role models? Do you have any role models that you can share with our audience?
I do. I have 2. Obviously, working in a family business, my father is my role model, and Dan can be, can vouch for the fact that much of what I learned, much of what I do today comes from him, and he was a good teacher, and I hope that I was a good student for that. The other one, you'll laugh at this, is one of our advisors, and he was the shortest, smartest, and funniest man I ever met. And he could, in the fewest words, express something that it would just take me forever, as you can see here, take me forever to explain. He could just, in 5 words or less, hit it on the head. And I admired this man to the end.
How about you then? Any role models?
Yeah, my role model came from the networking community. Somebody I networked with for quite a
I thought it was going to be me.
Well, then we networked together. Yeah, but you weren't my role model. Sorry. So when I was working for a company and I was frustrated with what was occurring at the company, and again, they were family-owned businesses, so I'm like, I just can't, as being not part of the family, I can't see myself helping them anymore, because they don't listen, because they're more concerned about the family, building a family up. And he took me to lunch one day and he said, "What do you want to do?" And I go, Well, I don't know. I get another job. He goes, why would you want to do that? You just told me you want to go out and run your own business. So go and do it. And he pushed me hard and he stayed with me for 5 years as an advisor. And that's how I was able to build CS Worldwide. So that really worked well.
How about some lessons learned? So both of you, you have decades of business experience. So during this career journey, what type of lessons that you learned that help you change your or shift your professional career?
Okay, so first lesson learned comes from my mother. And she would say to my brothers and myself when we started working for the business, first in, last out. And we practiced what we preached. We would be in early, we about like we were, we weren't just managers, we were workers in the business. My second lesson, kind of an interesting little twist, is I got fired by my father one day. And he called me into his office, and he said we were fighting about him. Again, this was generational. We were trying to push for some new things. He was being resistant. I was probably pushing a little too hard. And he called me into his office, and he said, "This isn't working." And this is, mind you, we've been working together for like 20 years at this point, so it's not like yesterday. It's not like it just started. And he said, "This isn't working. I think you have to leave." That I would break down and say, no, and I got up and I walked down. I said, okay. And my brothers were just beside themselves. They were like, you got to go and you got to apologize. You got to say you're sorry. And I said, I did nothing wrong. I'm not apologizing. Well, my father called me Friday. This was on a Friday. He called me on Friday night and said, maybe we should talk. And he said, come in on Monday. Now, that in itself is a lesson. He was going to bring me back, but he wasn't going to bring me back tomorrow. He's going to make me suffer through the weekend. But when I walked into the office on Monday and we sat down and we had a conversation, we were man to man, and we were honest with each other. And our relationship changed at that moment. And I like to say, we became peers. At that point in the office, I stood up for myself. He respected that. And I was no longer just his son, but I had earned the position of being his peer. And our life was wonderful ever after that. And I did not get fired ever again from him.
How about you then? Any lessons learned in your career?
Yeah. So one of the lessons I learned that I try and impart on my clients is I take them through the journey of improving their processes. When I speak to the people who are not on the top of the management chain, but more the worker bees, a lot of times I'll ask them things like, so, do you feel like you're overworked? Do you feel like you have enough help, enough resources? And many times, as you can imagine, the answer is, yeah, I'm overworked. I don't know what to do. I got to get it done. Who else is going to help me? And I said, well, you have a manager and their role is to help you. So, but they're not going to come to you and say, oh, I see you're overworked. I see you're stressed. Let's see what we could do. A great manager will. Most managers will let you sweat. And, I call it being part of the problem as opposed to part of the solution. So I try and impart my wisdom by telling them, you have to cry uncle. You have to tell them, what do you want me to do first? What's more important? How should I do this? Instead of you taking the burden on by yourself. And that goes all the way up to the top. Multitasking is a great thing, but understanding what you're, again, being held accountable for, when you can do it and how you would do it is very important. And again, being part of that solution is going to help you grow.
One of our missions in our podcast is to share educational content, informative content with our audience. We have a lot of young professionals listening to us, watch our podcast. pretty much every week. So, in this context, what is your take about internship programs for next generation professionals and workforce to prepare themselves for their career path? Jamie?
Well, again, as I said earlier, work somewhere else, especially again in a family business. Get experience outside of your normal world. Learn. It's all about learning, and so learn from the best and learn from others, so that you can better yourself and you can better your organization. As far as internships and things, uh, I did that through my college years. I did work at a couple of other companies and had some experience. You know, the interesting thing there is it's a world of different when you work for somebody or when you work in your own business. And so get the experience, learn about, work somewhere else, understand what it's like to be the employee before you become the employer.
Then,
Yeah, what I would say is um, when you're out there and you're given an opportunity, you should take the opportunity. But when taking it, you should go on what we call a listening tour. Go out there and hear from others um, what they say and what they do. You're not, you're never too big to learn. You're never too old to learn. So listen and learn. My father-in-law would always say, God gave us two ears and one mouth for a reason. So close your mouth and listen with your ears. And that's some great advice.
yeah, it sure is definitely, definitely. Thank you for that. Well, here comes our last question in our podcast episode. So, for those who are having family businesses or who are planning to start a family business or about to get into a family-owned business, do you have any career advice for them in general?
Oh,
Jamie?
um, I think Dan was starting with don't, but I think the greatest honor in my life was the opportunity to work with my father side by side and work with my brothers. And the goal at the end of the day, now we've sold that business a few years back. My brothers and I have all now uh, moved into different paths. But my mother always said, you're a family. And her biggest concern is when we did sell that company and we did go in different directions, that we still were brothers. And so to this day, we're football fans. So we get together on a Sunday and we watch a football game together. We're at Thanksgiving, we're at holidays. Um, so it's the greatest joy to my mother to see that my brothers and I continue that relationship, even though we're not. Because we used to see each other every single day. And then we see each other at night for good dinner. So it's crazy. But her greatest joy is seeing that we're still doing that.
Amazing. How about you, Dan? Any career advice?
and I would tell any family that's coming together that as you embark on your journey, remember it's a business, and to separate business from personal, because that will make you more successful.
Well, understand the separation that you have to carry between
True.
the two. But remember that at the end of the day, that business is the family.
Yes. Yes. It's all connected. It's amazing. It's an amazing experience. And thank you both for being with us today and sharing your insights. Before we end our episode, would you like to share your contact information with our audience in case they'd like to reach out to you?
Oh,
Which way?
first, Dan, and I'll talk about it. You can reach me at Jamie, JAMIE, at psbturnkeysolutions.com. And we're happy to find the issues, identify the problems, and provide the solutions. So Dan and I are always ready, willing, and able to help.
How
And
about
for
you, Dan?
me, it's
Mhm.
D Stieglitz. You can see it on the screen. STIEGLITZ. at casww.com. And for sure, we're here to help. We love to transfer knowledge. We love to educate. I consider myself, and I think Jamie does as well, as educators, not necessarily as consultants, but we like to do knowledge transfer and help people grow.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Dan, for being with us in your busy schedule. And thank you for sharing your insights. And looking forward
Thank you
to
for
seeing
having.
you. Of
Thanks
course.
Thank you for
Pleasure.
having us.
Pleasure is all mine. Thank you very much. Well, great. We had another informative podcast episode together. I hope you liked the podcast today. The episode with Dan and Jamie, we talk about family businesses as well as how to address those challenges that typically family-owned businesses face. Also, thank you to all of you for supporting us on YouTube. We had our first 14,000 YouTube subscribers and it's increasing on daily basis. We truly appreciate your support. If you haven't done so, please visit our YouTube channel, American Business Podcast for the Next Generation ABP YouTube channel. Please subscribe, like. Your support mean a lot to us and we are motivated. We bring you new educational, informative business podcast content every week. And we have a great schedule coming up in coming months as well. Also, if you have an idea that you like us to share and address in our podcast episodes, you can reach out to us, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. If you like to be a guest and share your wisdom, share your professional insights with us in one of our episodes, you can also send us an email. I also thank our sponsors. Without our sponsors, these podcasts wouldn't happen. So we truly appreciate our sponsors as well. If you'd like to be a sponsor, if you're interested, you can also send us an email, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. If you visit our website, americanpodcast.tv, you can also see our coming episodes. We have a schedule that we publish every week for the coming episodes. And you can also see our YouTube channel, the link to our YouTube channel, Spotify, Amazon Music as well. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your support. Looking forward to seeing you, having you at our coming podcast episodes. Have a great day. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Reddit. Do you know the biggest challenge nowadays for American small businesses? That is visibility. That's why we partner with Reddit for Business. Reddit has more than 400 million weekly visitors. Furthermore, Reddit is reliable. Reddit is the number one source for real reviews on products, services, and brands. There is a promotion going on. When you spend $500, you'll get $500 in ad credit from Reddit. True story. I am a Reddit user. Anytime I need feedback or review for a product or service, I go to Reddit. I get the real answers, real feedback from real people, from Reddit communities. Scan this QR code and sign up for Reddit advertising for your business. Get the visibility for your company, your products and services. Scan the QR code and sign up today. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Just Answer. Real help from real experts 24/7. Experts such as lawyers, doctors, veterinarians, computer technicians, home improvement experts, mechanics, personal tax experts, computer technicians, and many other experts are available for you 24/7 on Just Answer. You'll get your answers anytime, during the day, during the night, 24/7, and you'll get your answers from reliable sources. You can scan the QR code on the screen and you can sign up for Just Answer. The answers you need at a price that is right. Scan the QR code and sign up for Just Answer today. Thank you for your support. Support for the show comes from DocuSign. DocuSign is the latest, modern, cloud-based digital electronic signature software system. You can sign your vendor contracts, customer contracts, NDAs, and any type of contracts digitally with no need of local installation or no need of keeping your documents on your laptop or your mobile device. Furthermore, DocuSign is equipped with intelligent agreement management that helps you digitize and automate your repeating contracts, whether that's a supplier contract, customer contract, NDA, and legal documents. I have the QR code on the screen to sign up for DocuSign subscription right now. It comes with a free trial in no obligation. You can digitize and automate your contract management and document management processes starting today. True story. I also use DocuSign regularly and it works very smooth. Highly recommended. You see the QR code on the screen. Scan the QR code, it'll take you to their website. Sign up today, start the free trial, and join the team, and enjoy the DocuSign features and benefits. Thank you very much. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone is bringing you foreign languages. Learn from the experts, choose your plan to get started, sign up today. New Year is coming, and if your New Year resolution is learning a foreign language, Rosetta Stone is the choice for you. Rosetta Stone is offering you a long list of foreign languages: French, Italian, German, Chinese, Greek, Turkish, Polish, Portuguese, Vietnamese, and many more languages are available for you to get started today. Scan the QR code on the screen and sign up for Rosetta Stone and enjoy the learning experience of foreign language. Thank you very much. I hope you found the episode to be informative. That was our episode 21 with Dan and Jamie. And we talk about family-owned businesses. And a lot of lessons to be learned, actually. Because when you are listening Jamie and Dan, two things happening at the same time. A, you need to run your business, compete in the marketplace. B, you need to also manage your relationship with your family members simultaneously. So the ideal way is to do, based on this conversation, is to separate the business and the personal relations, but it's very hard. So just like Jamie mentioned, eventually the business is the family. So it's a pretty complex structure, family-owned businesses. And also during their conversation, they also address and talk about the change management, how difficult it is in family-owned businesses. Not that change management is easy in general. It is really difficult in general, regardless of the type of the business or corporation. But it's extra difficult if it's a family-owned business because you need to also manage your relationship with the family members. Also, they have emotional to the organization. That's why it becomes a little bit more change management. Continuous improvement and learning, it's critical. They also address it as well. And we also talk about internships, right, for the next generation, how important it is to learn from other businesses hands-on when you are early in your career path. And internships are great opportunities in that sense for next generation business professionals to get to know an organization or an industry hands-on and have that experience on a resume as well as a professional experience. Very educational podcast. So that was our episode 21. Back in the time, we had 14,000 YouTube subscribers. Now we have more than 130,000 YouTube subscribers. So such a great growth for the American Business Podcast. Of course, with your help and support. We truly appreciate it. All right, let's shift our conversation towards a different industry. Let's review inventing industry in US. Inventing industry is a really unique industry in its own sense. It is very authentic. And for that, I'd like you to review our episode 116. So now we are going from episode 21 to 116, and we'll talk about inventing industry in US. And for that, we had a great guest, Lisa Escolisi. she was with us during that episode. She shared her insights in these episodes. So let's review these episode and let's focus on U.S. inventing industry. Let's listen to her and get her professional insights, and we'll continue our conversation and our review in the American Business Podcast. Let's get started. Welcome to the American Business Podcast. I'm Kevin Deveci, your host, and welcoming you episode 116. Today is December 19, 2025. And as you know, we have the code of the day. We have a great partnership with missionstatements.com. By three methods, we may learn wisdom. First, by reflection, which is the noblest. Second, by imitation, which is the easiest. And third, by experience, which is the bitterest. That's from Confucius. And today's number is 13.8. There are 13.8 million women-owned businesses in the US. Speaking of women-owned businesses, we have a great entrepreneur today with us. I'm going to invite our guest to our virtual stage, and we'll get the conversation started. Hello, Lisa. Welcome to the podcast.
Hi, good afternoon, Kevin. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic.
How is your week going so
Happy
far?
to be here. Thank you for having me on your show. Excited.
Of course. It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for being with us in your busy schedule. I hope you are having a great Friday, and I'm happy to have you today in the American Business Podcast, the voice of American business.
Glad to be here, Kevin.
Well, why don't we just get started? Would you please introduce yourself and your company to our listeners and to our viewers?
Sure. My name is Lisa Ascalise. I'm known as the Inventress. I'm the CEO and founder of Inventing A to Z. At Inventing A to Z, we help inventors and entrepreneurs build their businesses from a napkin idea all the way to the marketplace and everything in between the right way. So that means developing prototypes, graphic design, manufacturing, marketing, which is the most important part of product development, and inventing any product or business. And been doing it for over 25 years. And from that, I built a nonprofit organization called AOE, the Association of Women Inventors and Entrepreneurs, in addition to writing a book. My book is called The Inventress's Guide to Inventing the Right Way, All or Nothing, Now or Never. Because if you don't do it in the moment, you're not doing it. Do it now, everybody. So in my book, there are 85 pages. I have affirmations after every chapter, and I also have a journal at the end of the guide, so you can actually write down questions for yourself, statements, your journey. Let me try to get to the right page. Well, this is an affirmation. Let's just skip to that. Okay. So I have affirmations after every chapter, which you will need after reading this and understanding the journey to inventing and entrepreneurship. And I do want to get back to those journaling pages. It's important to journal your journey. Journal your journey along the way. Super important. So you see how far you've come.
Absolutely. I love it.
This is on Amazon, everywhere. It's on my website, Inventing A to Z. But certainly pick this up. This is going to be your guide, your Bible to entrepreneurship, inventing, and business ownership.
We love talking about books. We love promoting books, especially books like yours. It's very educational, very informative, very supportive for a professional journey. And I'm glad that you mentioned it. And I know I'm a published author myself. I know how hard it takes, how hard it is to publish a book, how much hard work goes into a published book. So I also appreciate the work that you put into your work, and I'm glad that you talk about this today. Appreciate it.
And congratulations to you. I mean, for writing a book, it really is. It's a big
Yes,
deal.
yes, absolutely, absolutely. It's an experience that
It is.
any professional must have based on the professional knowledge and accumulation that they have over the years. So that is also a learning experience while you're writing. That's what I learned.
It is. It certainly is.
Well, let's continue our conversation. Would you please tell us about your career journey? How did you get started? How your career journey has unfolded over the years?
Oh my gosh. I smile when people ask me that because it's been such an amazing journey. I have to start with my childhood, right? So, and that's where it all began. And in fact, last night I was interviewing somebody and talking with them about their journey. So I have great questions I had for him that I'd love to reflect on myself. So I literally started developing products when I was a little kid. I didn't know I was inventing products. I was just recreating things that didn't work for me. So no, at 9 years old, I didn't say I was an inventor, but I clearly, I was inventing, recreating, redeveloping anything that didn't work for me. I had to redesign. I would rip apart my mother's curtains, sheets, and everything to create a product that worked for me. So that's really where it started. And no, and then fast forward many years later, I had a child when I was very, very young, and I was very embarrassed to nurse in front of anybody, right? Breastfeed. So I developed a breastfeeding cape that I could wear in public. And I said, you know what? Wait a second. If I'm doing this, if I'm wearing this thing, there are other people in the world who need it. I'm not by myself. So, and I'm skipping a lot of stuff because you and I would be here for hours talking about this. So the first product I developed was that, got it patented, trademarked, and got a place here in the United States, in New Jersey, to develop my first few prototypes, got it manufactured and sold. Well, that gave me the real inventing bug when people bought it. When people purchase that product, I said, okay, I'm on the right track. Is this what I'm going to do for a living? Am I going to invent products, develop things that people needed? And well, here I am. Many products later on QVC, HSN, Shop HQ, my own television shopping network, many patents, if you could see them behind me, patents, trademarks, and helping other people to develop products the same way. So yeah, that's a part of my journey. I may have given you a lot more information than you asked for, but yeah, I mean, and that's just the beginning.
Appreciate it. Well, and I love your energy. I appreciate your positive energy. This is really, really energizing for me. I'm sure for our audience and listeners as well. Truly appreciate it. Well, let's talk about your day-to-day work. What are the exciting and challenging parts of your work on daily basis?
Exciting and challenging. Great. Is that what you asked? Exciting
Yes.
and it's all exciting and all very challenging, but I love every minute. So day to day, I consult with clients who come to me with product ideas. They want to develop something. In many instances, inventors think that you just invent something, you put it on the market, and it's done. It's finished. Poof! It's magically. Where's my wand? I got to find it. So magically, the product is invented and put on the market. And I thank God for, I teach classes, fast track classes, educating inventors on how much it really does take to delve in to be a part of the journey of developing product, because it's not overnight. So the exciting part are new products. The challenging piece is explaining to inventors that it doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, it takes patience, and it takes, well, a lot of faith and perseverance.
Absolutely. Well, let me ask you some questions about the industry.
Sure.
What is the state of inventing industry? What are the opportunities and challenges that you are seeing from your professional point of view?
So challenges are not for me because I get it. It takes time. So as I said to you before, when an inventor comes to me with something, they always ask, how long? How long is this going to take? It's not up to me. It's up to them. It's up to communication. The manufacturers, we had COVID, for example. things shut down. We have no control over anything that goes on when you're manufacturing what products are overseas or whether they're here in the United States. Stuff happens in manufacturing, and the average person who's never invented anything before, never developed a business, doesn't know that there are obstacles like this that are normal. They're normal obstacles. So the challenge is time, timelines, deadlines. They're not always met. They're almost never met in the manufacturing industry. It's just not the way it is. So in fact, recently, one of my clients said to me, the manufacturer said they would have this done in 60 days. So I said to her, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say to the manufacturer, put on your contract, change it to 90 to 250 days. How about that? So this way, this way you have, because your brain goes in that direction. If you think something's going to happen for you within that timeline, that's what your expectations are emotionally. So anyway, so the biggest challenges in my business are really getting the person, the inventor, to understand that things don't happen like this. You don't invent a product and it gets on a shelf within 6 weeks. It doesn't happen. It's make believe. It's not real.
How do you see the impact of AI on business?
It's a twofold thing for me. I love the fact that you can go to AI and get some answers to questions. However, I am a person who likes to do a deep dive realistically for myself, right? I like the human part of communication. So when it comes to AI, yes, as much as they're humanizing or trying to humanize AI, it's not human. So I love it for the information. I mean, they have everything you could possibly imagine. AI is, whatever it is. But I like human connection. I like that human conversation. And I think the downfall will be for our younger generation who has come up in this AI university, that the communication aspect, the people on people, person on person, diminishes. So that kind of saddens me, because I mean, it's inevitable. That's what's happened, and it's happening. But I love it, appreciate it.
Yes,
Just be human at the same time.
yes, it cannot replace the human touch. I definitely agree with you 100%. Well, so based on your experience with other businesses, and you are also a business owner, also based on your professional experience, what are the best marketing practices nowadays that bring the highest ROI?
Opening your mouth, talking to everybody, marketing your product, marketing your brand. It doesn't change. Nothing's changed. It's always been the same. Damon John, perfect example. Okay. Grassroots. Put the product in your trunk, open the trunk, and sell it. So the example is this. See my mug? My brand is on my mug. The name of my company is on my mug. When you get out, when your social media is great, talk about it on social media every single day. Have a YouTube channel, market it, talk to the people at the grocery store. When you're online, tell the people about your product. The only way you are going to become successful at selling your business or your product is your mouth. You can hire 1,000 different people who work for you. Nobody's going to do it the way you do. Get out there, network, go to events, go to conferences, let people know who you are. Create a logo that belongs to you, like Facebook. Facebook, right? They have that logo that you can't forget. Create a logo for yourself, branding opportunities that never, ever, ever go away. You are your billboard. You are your own billboard. Get out there and do it. Talk about it.
I'm glad you talk about networking. I love networking myself, and it's important to promote networking, face-to-face
come
networking.
to my conference. I have a conference coming up Sunday, May 3rd, 2026. It's a big networking event. It's called AOE, the Association of Women Inventors and Entrepreneurs. Go to my website, you'll find it. So come to the conference. You have to
I'd love to come. Yeah, absolutely.
Fun,
absolutely.
dance,
I love to support our guest. Yes. I'll check your website and I'll be in touch with you, definitely. And if you share more information with me, I'll be happy to promote it in my podcast as well. We promote books and also conferences, because these are educational, informative, and we definitely welcome it in the American Business Podcast. We are the voice of American business, so we know our mission as part of it.
Okay, good. So you got to come to the conference. I'm
Yeah,
holding you to it.
I'll be able to. Okay, absolutely. I'll be in touch.
Okay,
Absolutely.
good.
Let's do that. Well, let's talk about leadership a little bit. The definition of leadership. How do you define leadership from your point of view? And what are the great leadership qualities you will say?
Okay, so leadership is learning first. You can't be a leader unless you learn from leaders, right? Learn to become confident. Learn, I mean, because it's not necessarily a skill that everybody has innately, right? Sometimes we're not born to be confident. Learn from leaders who are confident so that when you speak, you have you're speaking with confidence to teach others. Okay. And being kind. This is not talked about enough. A leader is kind. A leader is caring. A leader has empathy. Those are my huge key leadership skills. My takeaway, in fact, I just spoke at Princeton University a couple of weeks ago. And the biggest topic, the grandest topic, I always talk about kindness, but I got a standing ovation because I talked about this. I always talk about kindness, but I made it the key topic. Everybody stood up and applauded. Be kind to the person next to you, in front of you, behind you, on top of you. It doesn't matter. Do that, you will always lead. And you'll always, you'll be respected. You'll be respected. So
Great insights.
thank
Have you
you.
had any role models, any mentors who help you shape your career perspective over the years?
100%. So, I mean, the first people I have to say, my parents. I'm so grateful for my parents, beyond grateful, because without them, I would never be sitting here, the person I am talking with you now. You talk about kindness and leadership and everything. I didn't know my parents were leaders. I just thought that they were great people, right? But as you know, growing up and looking back at my parents, I go, wow, they were amazing. They led, they were kind, they opened their doors to people. So my parents first. And then I have, of course, my sister, my brother, my family, my children inspire me. But role models in television, in the television industry, and some people you may know, Dionne Warwick, incredible role model, leader, friend, amazing. Again, she leads with kindness, and I've watched so much of what she does, and she's been on my podcast and on my shows, etc. And if anybody out there knows Dionne Warwick, Whitney Houston, Dionne Warwick's cousin, good friend of mine, incredible role model, leader, kind person. And there's another person, his name is Comer Cottrell. He's passed a couple of years, but Comer Cottrell was such an incredible role model for me. He was a mentor. He helped me with the understanding of my first hair accessory that went on QVC television. Didn't know how his bigness, his or iconicness, if that's a word, was until after the fact. But I was just blessed enough to be able to speak with him and have him guide me and lead me. So I've been very, very blessed with having these incredible people in my life, my grandmother, my parents, and the beat goes on. Not just business, okay? So when
Mhm.
you talk about mentorship, it's not just people in business, it's people around you. Again, I talk about the kindness and the just who have tenacity and grace.
If there is one key career lesson that you learned the hard way, what would it be that you can share with us?
Okay, don't doubt yourself, ever, ever. If you think it's the thing you're supposed to do, don't doubt your thoughts. Don't doubt it. I mean, you have to be careful in how you move. I ask God first from all of my moves. But when you know something is right for you, don't doubt yourself. Do it, go for it, because the last thing you want is regrets. I mean, you learn from regrets, but don't doubt yourself. Do the thing that is here. Do it. Just do that thing.
Sometimes things don't go in our way. Sometimes there are hardships, challenges. How to stay motivated and inspired in times of challenges in business?
Surround yourself with people who will lift you up and inspire you. It's the only thing I mean, have faith. Faith, for those of you who have faith, I have faith. I go to God first, right? I get on my knees, I pray, I cry, I scream, ah! But Surround yourself with people who are going to lift you up and inspire you. Call that friend, call that person, not the person who's going to be the naysayer. Call the person that you know is going to say, okay, you know what? Don't worry about it. We've been here before. It's okay. Stay here for 2 seconds and get yourself back up. I talk about that in my book. You're only allowed to be down for 2 seconds and then up because you don't want to stay there. But surround yourself with people who will lift and inspire you.
What is your biggest interest outside of work?
Fun, dancing, music, dancing, having a good eating, going to great restaurants, music, my grandchildren, my family. Like that's my family first. My family. We have a great time. We laugh, as you could probably see, right? We laugh, we have a blast, we dance, we like music, we like to eat, and just I have fun. Laughter.
If you had a chance to go back history, personally or historically, to what time period would you like to go back and why?
Wow. Oh man. Would I ever want to go back? I don't know if I'd want to go back. I love where I am, but I like the 60s. I like the 60s. I like the outfits. I love the cachet. I mean, from movies, right? I like that time. I like the sophistication. I love how gentlemen were gentlemen. I loved how ladies dressed up as ladies. I love that. I love that time period. And respect. I mean, whether they respected each other or not, we assume they did, right?
Yes,
So
yes,
I
we
mean, you didn't
assume,
know.
yes.
Like
We
you
don't know,
just
that's true.
assume you assume that everybody respected everybody. So I really like that. I loved that time. I love that period.
Is there a book, a movie, a show that helped you shape your career perspective over the years?
I mean, there are many books, there are many movies, film. I have to say, there's a movie. I think it was called Flick. It was about an invention, a windshield wiper, that I can't remember the name of it. Oh my gosh, it escapes me. That he was trying to get the patent on the windshield wiper. So that was many, 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 many years ago. I saw that, helped to shape and help me to understand that there wasn't anything I couldn't do in my product development space. And just another books that I read. So Mark Cuban, love Mark Cuban from Shark Tank. Mark Cuban has a book. It says, "If I can do it, anybody can." I may be jacking up the title, but love that because he's a regular guy who, and I've done things with him before, spoken on same stage as him, met him at Shark Tank, and just an authentic guy who you can learn from. You know, as an inventor, entrepreneur, when you think you can't, you can. Look at somebody like Mark. Look at Damon John. Look, Barbara. I mean, I could go on and on about many of the sharks and their books. Many of their books. I have all of their books. So, did they help to shape? I'm constantly being shaped. Although I've been in this business for so many years, I'm constantly learning and looking for other tools to help me build and help myself build to build others.
What is the best career advice that you ever received? What is the worst career advice you ever received?
The worst career advice I've ever received is don't do it. Worst. I mean, but it's okay. No, it was the best because I didn't listen to it, right? Because
Yes.
I'm a wayward child. I'm a wayward child. You say don't, I will do. Best career advice? Keep on learning. Keep on learning. And keep on lifting others. And that's it. I mean, that's really that. And you talk about motivation. It motivates me to help others and lift others. So the advice I've gotten from my parents, keep on lifting, keep on learning. I'm looking behind you with all those books. My father would say, read, 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 read. I have books back here too. Read, read, read. Keep on reading, keep on learning, keep on getting educated and teach others.
Okay, so in this podcast episode so far, this is our 116. So any question that you expected me to ask you, but I haven't asked you or I didn't ask you?
I don't know. Where are you from? I don't know. I think you've asked me everything.
Okay.
No, ask me where I'm from.
Where you are from? Where are you from?
Sure, I love that question. I was born in London,
Oh,
raised in Brooklyn. I love
how
saying
interesting.
that.
How
Born
interesting.
in London. It's an oxymoron, right? Born
Oh,
in London, raised
wow.
in Brooklyn. So I was born in London with the pinkies up and
That
raised
is
in
really,
Brooklyn.
that is really cool. Yeah, actually, that's really something that I don't really ask people, like where they were born. So this is actually a pretty cool question. Yes, very interesting. Well, thank you for these insights. How about your book? In terms of your book, what made you write a book? I didn't ask you this question, and we didn't talk about this earlier, but just came to my mind spontaneously. Like, what made you inspired to write a book?
I had to do it. I mean, my clients ask me all the time, please, please, please give us a guide. Give it to us in a tangible thing that we can hold on to. I mean, everything in my book is everything I teach on a daily basis. Everything from my consultations to QVC and my television network. It's and how to kindness is in there. So I had to do it because my clients forced me to. Now, I had a book before. It was a book on CD that I put on QVC, and it sold out. And it was called Inventing A to Z, sold out CD version. So I said, you know what? It's time. It's really time. People like to hold on to tangible things, right? And flip through pages. Let's get back to that. So I had to do it. I had to, and I'm so happy that I did. I was forced.
Well, okay. Yes, that's a nice forcing. It's a positive forcing. That's really good. Okay. So in the American Business Podcast, this morning we started a tradition. So we get a question from one of our previous guests. We ask you, and we get a question from you, and we ask to the following guest.
Okay.
So the question that we got from our following guest is, if you had a chance to go back to 5 years earlier, what would you do differently?
Oh, 5 years earlier? Oh,
yes.
Wow. So 5 years earlier was 2020. So 5 years earlier, I probably would have started a cooking show. I did so much cooking and eating in 2020, like everybody else. And a lot of people came out with food brands. Had I known what was going to happen, I don't know. I probably would have started a cooking show.
Yeah, it makes you think. Absolutely. Absolutely. 5 years is not a short time. So it makes you think. Absolutely.
Oh, so, yeah, sure.
And what would be the question that you like me to ask to our next guest in the American Business Podcast?
Are you happy?
Okay. We lost the question.
That's it. Are you happy in business? I don't want to know. I'm not a psychiatrist. So I just want to know, are they happy in their business career moves? How about that?
Okay. We'll make sure to ask. And it'll happen an hour later. So our audience, they don't have to wait too long. So that's great.
Okay, good.
Okay. So what is your career advice for the next generation business professionals?
Stay connected, please. Please stay connected. Don't dismiss people. Really, in order to become successful in business, you must stay present, stay engaged, stay personable. Please, please. We don't want to lose that. I know that they're all going to be successful, but success doesn't just come monetarily. It comes with emotions.
Well, so we have 3 more minutes. So I'm going to wrap it up within 30 minutes as I promise you. Okay. Well, my next question is, we are coming into the 2026 New Year. What are your predictions and expectations for the New Year?
I have to go to sleep and dream about I'll predict for you after I sleep. I'll give you a call tomorrow. But because I do sleep and dream about things that do happen and that can happen, but I have to sleep on it. So I'm hoping that we are a more unified country. I'm seeing into existence that we are going to be a very, very successful country no matter what. Because when we unify, we can build no matter what's happening around us. So I'm hoping, my hopes and my prayers are that we become more unified, stick together, and lift each other up 2 hands at a time. And as they always say, sometimes you got to use that foot. You didn't expect that.
Yes,
that's
that was
one of my statements.
Yes. Okay, great. Well, any question that you would like to ask me?
Are you going to have a good time for the holidays?
Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely. With family. Yes, that's the goal. So I'm grateful for this year. I'm excited for the new year, and absolutely. So holidays are definitely a bless.
Me too. Well, I pray for you an amazing, a special, a kind, healthy, happy New Year.
Thank you. I'm saying to you and to your family, absolutely. And one final thing before we end this interview, if that's okay.
Sure.
So for those who like to be in touch with you, what is the best way for them to get in touch with you and learn about your company, organization, and your conference?
Sure. So my website is inventing, INVENTING, ATOZ.com. They go to my go to that website. They can find everything. My conference is aowie.com. May 3rd, 2026. That's on a Sunday from 10 to 2. My Instagram, _Inventress. And please go to my YouTube channel, check me out, subscribe, and email me, info@inventingatoz.com. I absolutely respond to every email, every phone call, 732-647-5433. Literally answer. If I'm available, I answer. But
course.
I get back to you. I get back to every single person who reaches out to me.
Lisa, I kept my promise. I completed the interview within 30 minutes. So
Thank you.
I'm not bad at all. I thank you for your time in your busy schedule, for being with us. I wish you and your family a happy holiday season and happy new year.
And you do the same. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. To our
Thank you.
audience and to our listeners, we'll be right back after the commercial break. Thank you. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Reddit. Do you know the biggest challenge nowadays for American small businesses? That is visibility. That's why we partner with Reddit, Reddit for Business. Reddit has more than 400 million weekly visitors. Furthermore, Reddit is reliable. Reddit is the number one source for real reviews on products, services, and brands. There is a promotion going on. When you spend $500, you'll get $500 in ad credit from Reddit. True story. I am a Reddit user. Anytime I need feedback or review for a product or service, I go to Reddit. I get the real answers, real feedback from real people, from Reddit communities. Scan this QR code and sign up for Reddit advertising for your business. Get the visibility for your company, your products and services. Scan the QR code and sign up today. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Brother. From large companies to small offices, Brother has powerful printers and all-in-ones for your growing business. Scan the QR code and find the best printers for your needs. When you scan the QR code, you can see the entire collection, business office equipment collection of Brother USA, and pick the one that you like. You'll find printers, labels, toners, all-in-ones, and other office equipment available on Brother website when you scan the QR code. Scan the QR code and start shopping for Brother office equipment today. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone is bringing you foreign languages. Learn from the experts, choose your plan to get started, sign up today. New Year is coming, and if your New Year resolution is learning a foreign language, Rosetta Stone is the choice for you. Rosetta Stone is offering you a long list of foreign languages: French, Italian, German, Chinese, Greek, Turkish, Polish, Portuguese, Vietnamese, and many more languages are available for you to get started today. Scan the QR code on the screen and sign up for Rosetta Stone and enjoy the learning experience of foreign language. Thank you very much. Support for the show comes from Yelp. You know, I've been talking to more than 100 business owners in the American Business Podcast. Do you know the biggest problem for small businesses nowadays? It is visibility. That is why you should sign up and list your business on Yelp for Business. I have the QR code on the screen, and when you scan the QR code, the form will show up on your screen and you can sign up on the registration form. It comes with free trial with no obligation. Make it easy for your customers to find you. Do you know there are more than 70 million customers visiting Yelp website looking for services from businesses just like yours? Restaurants, home services, professional services, and many other businesses are being searched on Yelp on daily basis. That's a great opportunity If you list your business on Yelp, you'll be findable, searchable, and you'll be visible. When you are visible, when your customers are able to find you, you're in business. You can get opportunities, you can get leads, you can build a healthy and profitable pipeline. Consider Yelp for business. Scan the QR code, sign up, and start your free trial. It comes with free trial. Very comfortable, no obligation. List your business and start getting the results and enjoy the benefits of Yelp Business. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Opus Virtual Offices. Opus is offering you more than 600 different locations in the US. It is $99 a month. This includes prestigious business address, professional live call answering, personalized call transferring, business phone number, local phone number, professional mail services, voicemail converted to email. I have the QR code on the screen. You can sign up for Opus today. Opus is offering you hundreds of locations in the US that you can pick, any of them that you like. And you can start having your virtual office today. Please scan the QR code and start using Opus Virtual Offices today. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Gemini Trust. Gemini makes crypto simple. Find, trade, and buy over 70 different coins, including Bitcoin and Solana, on the best cryptocurrency platform. Gemini Trust. Start trading crypto here. I have the QR code on the screen. You can scan the QR code and start signing up today. Because they have a great customer service, you can reach out to them and get assistance 24/7. Scan the QR code and start trading crypto on Gemini. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Invicta Watches. Invicta Watches are known for their stylish design for men, women, as well as for unisex watches. When you scan the QR code on the screen, it will take to their online store and you can start shopping right away. When you go to the Invicta store website, you'll see watches in different collections for men, for women, different colors, different designs, as well as different sizes. There are hundreds of watches that you can see and you can pick from. Because it's end of the year, you'll also enjoy the benefits of their end of the year promotions and discounts. True story, I'm an Invicta fan. I've been using Invicta for many years. I have more than 10 Invicta watches in my wardrobe. This is one of them that I like. The style is pretty cool. I use these pretty much weekly basis. I have another one that I use on my wrist. This one is pretty cool. This one is called Shutter. I can change the face just by turning the buttons, and I can have different style of watches pretty much every day. Because it's pretty business looking, I can actually wear this with my business outfit as well. Please scan the QR code and start shopping today. I'm sure you'll like Invicta watches. They have great styles and different colors, as well as different technologies such as quartz, mechanical, automatic, and other watches are also available for your liking and for your choice. Please scan the QR code and start shopping today. Thank you very much for your support. Support for the show comes from Anywhere Apps by Kerr Consulting, now Cherry Beckert. Anywhere Apps are business software products designed for small and mid-sized organizations. They are ready to help you digitize and automate your business processes. Today, I like to promote Asset Management Anywhere. Asset Management Anywhere is a CMMS software system. CMMS stands for Computerized Machine Maintenance Management System. It is designed to help you manage your assets. Your assets may be your machinery, equipment, your buildings, trucks. You can register all of them on Asset Management Anywhere. Asset Management Anywhere comes with unlimited asset management capabilities. There is no limit, there is no upcharge. Moreover, you can perform your break and fix, preventive and predictive machine maintenance management operations on Asset Management Anywhere. If you have a fleet of trucks, you can also manage maintenance operations on Asset Management Anywhere. If you are performing facility management for plumbing, electrical, and other facility management needs, you'll also enjoy the benefits of asset management anywhere. I have the QR code on the screen. You can scan the QR code to learn more about asset management anywhere and anywhere apps in general. There is more. I have a direct email for you. You can send me an email at kevin@cureconsulting.com to ask your questions, also to schedule a demo, and I'll be happy to coordinate it with team anywhere apps to show you the systems as well as address your questions. I'm looking forward to hearing from you, and I hope you enjoy anywhere apps. Thank you for your support. Thank you for joining me in this episode of the American Business Podcast. The American Business Podcast is the voice of American business. If you'd like to be a guest in the American Business Podcast, please send us an email, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. If you'd like to advertise your company, your products and services, you can also send us an email, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. We also welcome sponsors and sponsorship inquiries. Also, you can send us an email to inquire, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. I also like to invite you to our website, americanpodcast.tv, to learn the latest about the American Business Podcast. Also, you can see the coming schedule that we will stream in the American Business Podcast as well. And if you haven't done so, please go to our YouTube channel and subscribe our YouTube channel and support us. And I have the QR code right here. You can scan the QR code. It'll take you to our YouTube channel. You can subscribe if you haven't done so. And if you share your comments, your thoughts in the chat box in YouTube, we'll also appreciate it. I'd like to thank you for your time and thank you for your interest in the American Business Podcast, and looking forward to having you in the coming American Business Podcast episodes. Thank you very much and have a great day. Well, you are watching special episode in the American Business Podcast. We are having 2025 year in review special episode. Well, the episode with Lisa Escolis was actually very, very informative. And the industry is also very interesting, inventing industry. We don't really learn too much about it so easily about inventing industry. And that's something that is actually really unique. And of course, there's always something new to learn. That was one of those episodes. That was episode 116. And we learned a lot. I also like to share some highlights in these special review episode about this episode, particularly episode 116 with Lisa. For example, there are 13.8 million women-owned businesses in the US. As you may remember, I also mentioned about total number of US businesses in US is about 32 million businesses, all small businesses included. So out of that, 13.8 million women-owned businesses are actively operating in the US. So that's fascinating. And some highlights from episode 116 with Lisa Escolis is, I'm also looking at my notes. For example, inventing industry, right? So she talked about how to go to market, how to commercialize inventions. Very, very interesting, from napkin ideas to go to market. And so when we talk about the challenges, for instance, it's to understand the process. So if you invent a product, if you develop a product, go to market takes time. Manufacturing takes time, and manufacturing is a process. It is important to understand the process and manage the process in a realistic way, in a realistic time frame. That was one of the highlights in the episode 116. We talk about AI, and AI can't replace human touch. That was one of the messages. And we talk about the best marketing practices. One of them is you are your best billboard, right? So you go out there and introduce your product, your services, and keep promoting it. That was one of the messages. And networking was important. It was an important message. You go into the market, you basically join different networking groups, networking events, and you interact with other business professionals, learn about them, what they do, also introduce yourself, your products and services, and try to build partnerships, relationships, business connections. That was an important message that I really enjoyed talking about. We also talk about leadership and great qualities of a leader: caring, kind, confident, and a good leader always has an empathy, can put himself herself to other person's place and understand the developments as well as the dynamics of any conversation or any event. One of the messages from episode 116 was, don't doubt yourself and don't doubt your thoughts. If you believe that is the way to go for it. Don't doubt. So also another message was, surround yourself with people who will lift you up, who will inspire you. So if you surround yourself with positive people, hardworking people, business owners, or other people who are trying to achieve their goals in a productive way, surround yourself with those people. That was one of the messages in our interview as well. Well, we also talk about the book, right? The ideal, favorite book. We talk about this. She talked about Mark Cuban. So they actually, when I look it up for that book, the exact name she was referring to was How to Win at the Sport of Business. If I can do it, you can do it. That was the book that she was talking about from Mark Cuban. And best career advice she received was, keep on learning and keep lift others. That was the best career advice she ever received. Very informative podcast episode 116. I hope you enjoyed it as well. And it's also good to highlight these messages in any episode. It is because I also do the same thing in my free time. I keep listening the interviews that I actually made with different business professionals. Every time I listen and re-listen again and again, I keep picking up new things, because the guests that we have, they are business professionals, they are experts, and they have so much professional insight, professional wisdom that we can learn from. So in that sense, that's a great opportunity for us to keep learning, continuously improving ourselves. Okay, great. Well, let's review another episode of ours, episode 117 with Reyes Hawk. And in this particular episode, Reyes talked about entrepreneurship, difficulties or challenges of being a business owner, and how to overcome those challenges. So let's dive deeper into episode 117, and I will continue these conversation and review the messages, lessons from episode 117. Coming up. Welcome to the American Business Podcast. I'm Kevin Deveci, your host. I'm welcoming you episode 117. And today's number is 33. That is the global business process automation market is expected to be $33.4 billion in 2000. 42. And quote of the day: mistakes are the stepping stones to wisdom. We learn from trial and error. We become wise by understanding problems. Thanks to our partnership with missionstatements.com. Great. Well, we have a great guest today. Let me invite our guest to our virtual stage and let's get the conversation started. All right, perfect. Hello, Riaz. Welcome to the podcast.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, thank you very much. How are you? It's very nice meeting you in the American Business Podcast.
Thank you for having me. Very nice to meet you as well, Kevin.
Pleasure is all mine. How are you? How is your week going so far?
Week is good. Good. It's a little cold in New York area, but things are good.
Yes, I'm also in New York metro area, and I agree with you. So it got a little warmer compared to a couple of days earlier, but still it is cold. So it's good for the holiday season and the spirit, but it's really cold. So we need to protect ourselves.
Absolutely.
Well, so I'm actually really curious about your professional experience, and our audience, I'm sure they're also ready to hear from you. So maybe we can get started. As a start, would you please introduce yourself and your company to our listeners and to our viewers?
Yeah, I run, and thank you for that question. I run the company called Synergy Consulting. We are a full end-to-end service provider on the technology and marketing front. I started the company about 12 years ago with my business partner, and we do mostly tech and AI automation, from building apps to websites to actual automation is what we started with. And now we are moving more into content automation with AI.
So how did you get started? Can you tell us about your career journey, how your career journey has unfolded over the years?
Sure. Well, I got really lucky when I was in college. I was able to do some research on some technology. I wrote a few books while I was in college. I went out and worked for companies like GE, and back in the day, if you remember Netscape, I was working for them. Then I worked for a couple of other startups right off the bat. Worked for Cozone.com from CompUSA. I worked for a consulting company here in Stanford for 10 years as a CTO. And then I thought I would start my own company. I was always a entrepreneurial person, and that's how I started Synergy Consulting for the last 12 years.
When you look at your day-to-day work, what are the exciting and challenging parts of your work on daily basis?
The exciting part is always, dealing with clients, finding new clients, opportunities, dealing with folks who are tightening their budget, making sure they're always optimized. That's always a challenge. Also, I am a person who cannot do everything by myself, so I have to manage people, and people management is probably the hardest thing because in many ways, I'm a perfectionist, and when I'm producing something, I'm putting my company's name and my name with it, so things have to go right.
Can you tell us about the state of the technology industry that you are in?
Well, you know better than anybody else, technology is always moving and always changing. We are seeing dramatic changes right now. Things that used to take longer time is taking less time. So clients are expecting more result for less, investment. So definitely technology is moving very, very rapidly. Things are evolving in many ways in many different areas, AI, robotics, and so on and so forth. And I think companies that used to do just pure software development, they have to pivot like we have to change the way they used to service clients or develop applications.
Well, you just talked about AI. So that was actually my next question. How do you see the impact of AI on business nowadays?
It's sort of like asking somebody, do you have a cell phone? This is what AI is going to be. If you don't know how to use AI, you're going to be one of those folks who are going to be left behind. Today, you cannot think about not having a smartphone because everything is on a smartphone. So AI is going to be your everyday companion. How you use it is what's going to make a difference. Everybody has a smartphone, as I said. How you use your smartphone is how you make progress in your career or day-to-day life. AI is going to be one of those things where individuals who know how to use AI, they're going to be ahead of the curve. If you're afraid of AI, you're actually not doing justice to yourself. So you have to learn how to use AI and not be afraid of AI.
I love your approach. Similarly, I had a podcast interview with another expert, a technology leader, back in August, and he said one thing for those trying to understand AI: whether you learn AI or someone else will take your place, who knows how to use AI. So, just to your point, just to support your point, looks like that's the way to go. Um, well, as a business owner, what are the best marketing practices that you have been seeing that brings you the highest ROI nowadays?
Well, the days of putting ads on a content, those days are in my opinion are the old ways of doing things. Now everything is organic content. Social media is now has changed to interest media. So social media is one of the best way to market your product and services. Also, TikTok has become a big part of everyday lives for many people, from services companies who are going live to talk about their services and having that personal branding. Uh, Marketing is now becoming a lot of personal branded approach. So founders cannot be behind the scenes and not do like I'm doing a podcast right now so that people get to know who I am and building the trust. So marketing these days are becoming more about, how authentic and how consistent you are be using social media, because social media is part of life. But there are other techniques that you would have to use, which is creating that relationship with that client. Those old ways are still there, but approaching the client so they can see you consistently. It takes 7 or 8 touch points for somebody to make a decision to work with you. You have to have that organic content mindset. And organic content mindset starts from on social media, because everybody's on social media.
From your point of view, how would you define leadership, and what are the great leadership qualities?
That's a very important question, because leaders, the right leaders, they lead with examples, right? If you have never ridden a bike and you're asking, "Hey, go fast," and you have no experience, you have no idea what uh, challenges they're having. So leadership starts from experiencing what the other person have experienced, and lead by examples with compassion and no fear, because if you use fear, the person has a choice to leave you. So I like to use leadership, or I like to be a leader who leads with examples, with compassion, and making sure that, what happens if this person doesn't show up to work? Can I do at least, maybe not the 100% they're doing, but maybe 60%? So I have to know what's happening within my organization and not be blinded because somebody might decide to leave or whatnot. And always leaders have a backup plan. You should have a backup plan if you want to grow your company. So you need to figure out how, so when things do not go right, what are the things that you need to do to pivot. And great leaders are always have their ears on the street. So great leaders have that vision that things are moving this way, and we're going to pivot the company, or we're going to pivot our team, and we're going to be doing it in a cohesive way. Another very important thing I think about as a leader is to keeping your team motivated, especially when things are not going well. When things are not going well, you have to make sure that you don't let the team see your frustration, see your fear, because in a business there's always going to be change, and this change, the experienced leaders know how to deal with that change, and don't let the team that are looking forward to leadership, the right leadership, they don't get rattled by those change.
If there is one key career lesson that you learned the hard way, what would it be that you can share with us?
Change is constant. Change is constant. Things don't always, you have a plan A, but unfortunately, there could be plan B, C, D. As long as you know the goal, you're going to get there. So the best advice I would give is be open to change, because if you're not open to change, you're going to be completely done for within your career.
Sometimes in business, things that they don't go in our way, and in those times, in times of challenges and hardship, how to stay motivated and inspired.
I think every challenge, for example, now we're dealing with AI and people are worried about jobs and so forth. Every challenge creates opportunities, in my opinion. The only way to stay motivated is to know that if there's a change, or if there's problems within the industry, there are somewhere else the opportunity is starting. So going back to what I was saying before in terms of pivoting, if you are ready to pivot, if you know that pivoting is going to make the big difference, this is where the visionary concept, the visionary mindset comes in a stressful time when things are changing. There's another door that's opening, and you just have to be one step ahead of that door, and you have to have your ears on the ground. You cannot be blinded by saying, you know what, this is what I've been doing for the last 15 years and this is what I'm going to be doing the last 15 years. It doesn't work that way.
What are your biggest interests outside of work?
I travel to 44 countries. I love traveling. I'm actually mentoring a travel company right now. And they're in the jet lag world. It's called Uplift. So I just love traveling, and I enjoy going to different places, eating different food and meeting new people.
I love it. I love it. Well, is there a book, a show, a movie that help you shape your career perspective over the years?
Well, the book that I will recommend, because I'm a very spiritual person, is The Secret. Rhonda Burns. I'm sure you know this book. It's Thought Becomes Things, the Law of Attraction. Law of Attraction plays a big role in my life. I've been very, very lucky and fortunate that I was able to come to this country and started from nothing. I was very fortunate that I was able to speak at conferences when I was a 19-year-old kid, in college. And I think that particular book really opened my eyes in terms of, obviously that book was not written at that time. I discovered later on, but the things that were written in that, I was already practicing it when I was a very young man. So that book taught me about good energy, good vibration attracts people. Happy people attract happiness, not other way around, that you look for happiness and you become happy.
Yes, you need to surround yourself with happy people.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yes, that's a great approach. And positivity is contagious. So when you have these positive people around you, you're in their world, right? The positivity. So that definitely helps.
Absolutely.
I love it. Well, what is the best career advice and the worst career advice that you ever received?
The best career advice is, there is no such thing as I'm too old for something. That is the best career advice. You can start a company tomorrow. If you're 55, you can start a company. You're 21 and you just got out of college. It is about timing. It is about skill set. It is about how much risk you can take. And the other one, I know you asked for one. The other one is tolerance.
Yes. Oh, yes, yes.
If you want to be successful, you have to be tolerant to diversity and adversity, right? So if things are not going well, like we are talking about, and you give up, as soon as you stop, you give up, right? And the company goes nowhere. So this is when you have to have the tolerance that how long can I stick around for things to get better, and that's very important. The worst is go get a job.
Well, in this podcast episode, so this is our 117 episode today in the American Business Podcast, the Voice of American Business. Is there any question that you expected me to ask you, but I haven't, or I didn't ask you?
You pretty much asked all the questions, but if there's one thing that I would say to young people, right? And young people, I mentor a lot of different founders and so forth. One of the things is that be realistic. If you think it's going to take 12 months, expect 24 months. And that's, going back to being patient and tolerant. It's very, very important. I see a lot of founders, they give up too early and they're unrealistic. They have $1 billion idea with $500 in their bank account, and they think they're going to just go viral tomorrow with a video. It may happen, but 9 out of 10 times it may not happen. So what is your plan B to, if you really believe in something, then you have to figure out, can I survive for 24 months without a paycheck?
So in the podcast, we have a new tradition that we started earlier. So we have a question from our previous guest, and previous guest asking you, are you happy in your current business?
Well, I'll tell you, happiness is very subjective, right? And as a business owner, you always go through that happy, unhappy mind, happy and unhappy time. In my opinion, right now, I'm happy because I'm seeing a lot of opportunity. But if you asked me 12 months ago, I was like, okay, what do I do now? Because things are moving so fast, right? So uncertainty makes you unhappy. Hopefulness makes you happy. So at this time, I'm very happy that I'm very hopeful that things are going to change for better, because the last 12 months, we really adapted to new things. I think a lot of companies have, and pivoted because we had to.
And what question would you like me to ask to our next guest in the American Business Podcast?
Sure. If you had to do it all over again, would you do it again?
Okay, we'll make sure to ask that question. And to our listeners and viewers, if you like to get the answer of this question, stick around and we'll make sure to ask this question in the next episode. What is your career advice for the next generation business professionals?
Business is hard. I know I said the worst advice was get a job, but some people are not ready to be a business leader, right? Some people are not ready to go through that 4 o'clock in the morning. Your heart is burning because you don't know where the next payroll is going to be made from. So not everybody is equipped to be a business person. So, know that your journey, your overnight success could take 10 years. So my advice is absolutely be ready that this is the journey you want to take, because it's a very lonely journey and it's a very difficult journey. And very, very few people become successful because they don't take no for an answer.
Well, as we are coming into the new year, what are your expectations from the new year, and any predictions for 2026?
Well, we're going to see a lot of AI, usage. Unfortunately, we're going to see a lot of layoffs because people are not going to want to adapt to AI and they're going to lose their jobs. I think companies are going to become a lot more smarter. They're going to want to use AI and reduce cost, as I mentioned in the beginning of the podcast. So you have to pivot to that. And I think that my prediction is that a lot more people are going to be able to take advantage of that and do double the amount of work. And a lot more companies are going to expect that you do double the amount of work for the same salary.
Well, in the American Business Podcast, do you have any questions you would like to ask me?
Yeah, so you have been speaking to a lot of business owners. What are the patterns you have seen in the last 24 months, especially companies that are struggling?
Yes, so that's a great question, and to your point, yes, I'm learning a lot from business leaders. I mean, I wasn't expecting this much of massive, great information. Honestly, I was expecting pieces, but this is just gold. So just to summarize in general, so but those who really made it, or who is really doing well, they are great leaders. That's what I'm seeing so far. So those companies, they don't have a great leader, or those entrepreneurs or business owners who are not great leaders, they are not doing great. That's what I'm seeing. So also to just like you addressed earlier in terms of leadership, like the humility, being kind, being open-minded, and constantly learning. Be keeping the open mind, learning in some form from books, from movies, from others, but just keeping the open mind. I think those who just keep that open mind and think of them as a student, no matter what how old they keep learning and they keep taking their company to the next stage. That's what I'm seeing. And this is not easy. I'm just summarizing here with just a couple of sentences and words, but this is a lot of work. And that's a massive mind shift change that they need to have. Sometimes I need meet with business professionals, not in the podcast, but in general networking, for example. They say they don't want to learn new things. Well, that moment you're out of business already. This is just a matter of time when it's gonna be. But just you just close your mind, your ears, your eyes to new things, and you don't want to learn. That's pretty much the end of it. When it's gonna be really end is just a matter of time. But this is a better example. And sometimes we learn from bad examples, not always the good examples. So you see what not to do, and you don't do it, and then it helps you. So in that sense, it's that's why we created the American Business Podcast. We have been around less than a year. I mean, you asked me the question for the last 24 months, but we haven't been around for 24 months as a business podcast. It's been 10 months, I must say. So, but this is our 117 episode, so we are learning a lot of things. And the good thing is there are great leaders in the American business, and such as yourself. I mean, I can tell from the insights and your professional wisdom is really enlightening. And these journeys, these lessons, these stories that we are learning from American businesses is really important that we learn from them, we understand, and we apply in our businesses, whether as a business professional or an executive or an entrepreneur. These are great information that we need to address. And most of these lessons are coming from small and mid-sized companies, not necessarily Fortune 500. That's what I'm seeing too in my experience so far. It is because there are millions of small businesses in US, and that's the backbone of US economy.
Yes.
So that's the long answer, longer than I was supposed to, but there is a lot to talk about. But you asked a really great question. I truly appreciate it.
Yeah, and that's very impressive that in 10 months you were able to collect so many individuals to come and talk to you. I mean, that's a privilege, in my opinion. I mean, I am envious that you are now connected with so many different people. Don't be shy if I send you a message, in the near future, Kevin.
Anytime.
Introduce me to this business leader.
Absolutely. That's actually our goal. This is a community that we are building. That's this American Business Podcast. That's a community, and these connections are important. And just like yourself, any business owner or a business professional come to these podcasts has a certain set of mindset. That's what I have been seeing. They all like to learn, connect, improve themselves, continuous improvement. So absolutely, I definitely welcome anytime. Let's stay in touch. And we can have a separate conversation as well. And I love to definitely stay in touch and cooperate. This is really important. And that's part of our mission too in the American Business Podcast.
Great. No problem, Kevin. I really am privileged that I was able to talk with you. A very good insight. And I hope my conversation helped at least one individual who will be listening. And you're doing a great job, Kevin. Thank you so much for inviting me to have this conversation today.
Of course, that's my pleasure. I'm humbled. And before we end the episode, would you like to tell us about your contact information? Those who like to continue this conversation, who like to be in touch with you, what would be the best way?
Absolutely. I'm on LinkedIn. You can find me on LinkedIn, but you can also find me on our website, synergyconsulting.us. And I will be happy to talk to anyone who needs any help on social media automation, AI automation, and so forth.
Yes, thank you so much for being with us in your busy schedule. We truly appreciate the sharing of your professional insights and wisdom with us today.
No problem. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Thank you. I wish you and your family a happy holiday season and happy New Year.
You too. Thank you.
And looking forward to being in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Well, to our audience and to our listeners, we'll be right back after a short break. Thank you. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Reddit. Do you know the biggest challenge nowadays for American small businesses? That is visibility. That's why we partner with Reddit, Reddit for Business. Reddit has more than 400 million weekly visitors. Furthermore, Reddit is reliable. Reddit is the number one source for real reviews on products, services, and brands. There is a promotion going on. When you spend $500, you'll get $500 in ad credit from Reddit. True story. I am a Reddit user. Anytime I need feedback or review for a product or service, I go to Reddit. I get the real answers, real feedback from real people, from Reddit communities. Scan this QR code and sign up for Reddit advertising for your business. Get the visibility for your company, your products, and services. Scan the QR code and sign up today. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Brother. From large companies to small offices, Brother has powerful printers and all-in-ones for your growing business. Scan the QR code and find the best printers for your needs. When you scan the QR code, you can see the entire collection, business office equipment collection of Brother USA, and pick the one that you like. You'll find printers, labels, toners, all-in-ones, and other office equipment available on Brother website when you scan the QR code. Scan the QR code and start shopping for Brother office equipment today. Thank you for your support. Support for the show comes from Yelp. You know, I've been talking to more than 100 business owners in the American Business Podcast. Do you know the biggest problem for small businesses nowadays? It is visibility. That is why you should sign up and list your business on Yelp for Business. I have the QR code on the screen, and when you scan the QR code, the form will show up on your screen and you can sign up on the registration form. It comes with free trial with no obligation. Make it easy for your customers to find you. Do you know there are more than 70 million customers visiting Yelp website looking for services from businesses just like yours? Restaurants, home services, professional services, and many other businesses are being searched on Yelp on daily basis. That's a great opportunity. If you list your business on Yelp, you'll be findable, searchable, and you'll be visible. When you are visible, when your customers are able to find you, you're in business. You can get opportunities, you can get leads, you can build a healthy and profitable pipeline. Consider Yelp for Business. Scan the QR code, sign up, and start your free trial. It comes with free trial. Very comfortable, no obligation. List your business and start getting the results and enjoy the benefits of Yelp Business. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone is bringing you foreign languages. Learn from the experts, choose your plan to get started, sign up today. New Year is coming, and if your New Year resolution is learning a foreign language, Rosetta Stone is the choice for you. Rosetta Stone is offering you a long list of foreign languages: French, Italian, German, Chinese, Greek, Turkish, Polish, Portuguese, Vietnamese, and many more languages are available for you to get started today. Scan the QR code on the screen and sign up for Rosetta Stone and enjoy the learning experience of foreign language. Thank you very much. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Gemini, Gemini Trust. Gemini makes crypto simple. Find, trade, and buy over 70 different coins, including Bitcoin and Solana, on the best cryptocurrency platform. Gemini Trust. Start trading crypto here. I have the QR code on the screen. You can scan the QR code and start signing up today. Because they have a great customer service, you can reach out to them and get assistance 24/7. Scan the QR code and start trading crypto on Gemini. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Opus Virtual Offices. Opus is offering you more than 600 different locations in the US. It is $99 a month. This includes prestigious business address, professional live call answering, personalized call transferring, business phone number, local phone number, professional mail services, voicemail converted to email. I have the QR code on the screen. You can sign up for Opus today. Opus is offering you hundreds of locations in the US that you can pick, any of them that you like. And you can start having your virtual office today. Please scan the QR code and start using Opus Virtual Offices today. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Invicta Watches. Invicta Watches are known for their stylish design for men, women, as well as for unisex watches. When you scan the QR code on the screen, it will take to their online store and you can start shopping right away. When you go to the Invicta store website, you'll see watches in different collections for men, for women, different colors, different designs, as well as different sizes. There are hundreds of watches that you can see and you can pick from. Because it's end of the year, you'll also enjoy the benefits of their end of the year promotions and discounts. True story, I'm an Invicta fan. I've been using Invicta for many years. I have more than 10 Invicta watches in my wardrobe. This is one of them that I like. Style is pretty cool. I use these pretty much weekly basis. I have another one that I use on my wrist. This one is pretty cool. This one is called Shutter. I can change the face just by turning the buttons, and I can have different style of watches pretty much every day. Because it's pretty business looking, I can actually wear this with my business outfit as well. Please scan the QR code and start shopping today. I'm sure you'll like Invicta watches. They have great styles and different colors as well as different technologies such as quartz, mechanical, automatic, and other watches are also available for your liking and for your choice. Please scan the QR code and start shopping today. Thank you very much for your support. Support for the show comes from Anywhere Apps by Kirk Consulting, now Cherry Beckert. Anywhere Apps are business software products designed for small and mid-sized organizations. They are ready to help you digitize and automate your business processes. Today, I like to promote Asset Management Anywhere. Asset Management Anywhere is a CMMS software system. CMMS stands for Computerized Machine Maintenance Management System. It is designed to help you manage your assets. Your assets may be your machinery, equipment, your buildings, trucks. You can register all of them on Asset Management Anywhere. Asset Management Anywhere comes with unlimited asset management capabilities. There is no limit, there is no upcharge. Moreover, you can perform your break and fix, preventive and predictive machine maintenance management operations on Asset Management Anywhere. If you have a fleet of trucks, you can also manage maintenance operations on Asset Management Anywhere. If you are performing facility management for plumbing, electrical, and other facility management needs, you'll also enjoy the benefits of Asset Management Anywhere. I have the QR code on the screen. You can scan the QR code to learn more about Asset Management Anywhere and Anywhere apps in general. There is more. I have a direct email for you. You can send me an email at kevin@kirkconsulting.com to ask your questions, also to schedule a demo, and I'll be happy to coordinate it with Team Anywhere apps to show you the systems as well as address your questions. I'm looking forward to hearing from you, and I hope you enjoy Anywhere apps. Thank you for your support. We had another informative review with Reyes Hawk in episode 117. I hope you enjoyed it. Some highlights from our conversation with Reyes, we talk about technology, for example, constantly evolving for businesses, and businesses they have to pivot to that change in technology for business. Also, we talk about leaders and leadership, the ideal, the great leaders and their and great leadership qualities. We talk about um, leading by example, especially Riaz emphasized the importance of leading by example with compassion and with no fear. And Riaz also mentioned about the importance of motivating team and team members for success. So in that sense, setting an example, being an example, and inspiring team members is critical and very important. We talk about. We had a question coming from the previous guest, as our tradition, and the question was, "Are you happy in your current business career?" So we talk about happiness, and happiness happens to be a subjective concept. Actually, the message that he was sharing with us in this episode was, "Happy people surround themselves with positive people to stay happy." That was one of the messages. Also, the best career advice: you are never too old to start a new business. It's just a matter of timing and how much risk you are willing to take. So it's never too late to start your business. Also, when starting a business, having a tolerance for adversity, as well as also having realistic goals. He also talk about having goals and setting these goals in a realistic manner to when running the business, as well as to grow the business. Also, one of the messages that he mentioned, he shared with us was, uncertainty makes you unhappy, hopefulness make you happy. That was one of his messages as well. Okay, great. Well, let's turn our attention to American real estate market. And in episode 114, we talk about real estate market, fundamentals of real estate market in the US. And we had two guests in that episode, Elisa Baker and Andrea Lane. And we talk about American real estate market and fundamentals of it, and how the real estate market nowadays, and for those who are thinking about starting a real estate business or investing in real estate in the US, they share their insights and knowledge about real estate market. So let's get our review for episode 114, and we'll continue our conversation and talk about the highlights of the episode, and we'll continue our reviews in the end of 2025. This is a special episode you are watching. This is a review 2025 year in review episode. This is special. We do it once a year. That's our first one, of course, in the American Business Podcast. And we'll continue with episode 114 to review and to learn more about US real estate market. Let's get it started. Welcome to the American Business Podcast. I'm Kevin Deveji. I'm welcoming you, episode 114. The American Business Podcast is the voice of American business. As you know, we have a great partnership with missionstatements.com. And the quote of the day: We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again. Well, we have great guests today. I like to invite our guests to our virtual stage, and I like to get the conversation started. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Andrea. Welcome to the podcast.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Yes, it's my pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us. I hope you are well and you had a nice weekend. How was your weekend?
I had a great time. I went to visit friends and I got out and played in the snow a little bit. So,
Yeah, same here. It snowed like crazy, and I spent a lot of my weekend in service to my local community, my church, and it was full of love and family and community. Nothing better.
Yeah, this is great. Where are you based in, by the way, just for our audience and listeners to know?
So we're both New York expats. I hail now from Western Pennsylvania. Andrea?
from New Jersey.
Okay, yeah, this is great. So today we are streaming live from New York City. And in the last couple of weeks, we were in Houston, Texas, and the weather was really spring-like, which I really enjoyed. Right after I came back on Saturday, I met with snow, so that was a quite welcoming, holiday season type of weather for me. So I'm trying to get used to it. Well, this is good. So why don't we get started and have the conversation together? As a start, would you please introduce yourself and your organization to our audience and to our viewers, please?
Right on. Alyssa Bakar, the consultress, business partner with Andrea Lane, the fearless real estate investor. Together, we run a business called Own Your Income. We are both very passionate about teaching people how to build a long-term legacy and financial stability through real estate investing.
Yeah, building the business, not just buying a property.
Amen.
This is great. Well, so you can tell us more about it. I like our audience to learn more. As next step, can you tell us about your career path a little bit? We are really curious about your background story in terms of your career. How did you get started? How your career has unfolded over the years?
Oh, wow. How much time do we have? I mean,
okay.
my long and short is I grew up in an entrepreneurial family, went from corporate and fitness and finance and food and back again, only to realize I'm unemployable. So I built a consulting business, teaching people how to be their best selves by transforming through business. And I met this wonderful woman, Andrea Lane, who taught me all about how to build a systematic, sustainable business in real estate investment. So I want to hear your career path too.
Yeah. So I started in real estate more than 49 years ago. And I have built and sold and built and sold. And I love real estate, everything about it. While I was doing that, I also worked full time. I ran a technology bank until I retired in 2012 and do this full time. And then Alyssa and I started together doing what I love the most in real estate, helping people build their real estate business, as opposed to everybody buys a property because they think that's what they should do. And they don't really know what they're doing because they don't have a business around it. So, yeah. So I've slowly built myself up. We own hundreds of units across the country, and I teach people how to do it right.
This is really informative. Well, so you're heavily in you're in real estate industry, and you meet with different professionals. So when you think about your career and your work on daily basis, what are the exciting and challenging parts of your work on daily basis?
Oh, go for it. So the challenging part is keeping it real and interesting. Like, I feel like if you want to do what we do with helping people in the industry, you need to work in the industry. And so, balancing basically two businesses, even though they're both real estate, they're very different, can be a little challenging, and figuring out how you're going to prevent the time conflict of what you need to do for which is probably one of the best challenges I personally have.
Yeah, and I find that building a real estate investment business requires you to see yourself as a leader, which is not easy to do when you're chief cook and bottle washer that owns the property. So, building a vision that includes more than just I'm going to buy a property and get mailbox money, checks in the mail. There's a lot more involved in it. So I find that when we're talking to people about building that kind of business, they're thinking about it in terms of assets and diversification, which is great, and it's a piece of your financial picture, but also how to look at it as an ongoing development of who you are, because all my personal development came in the grand pursuit of business, and real estate investment is no different. You need to evolve and become more of who you're meant to be so that you can have the goals and dreams that you want. People are always selling themselves short about, oh, I have to change my goals, edit myself, shrink. And that's just not so. When you have the right support, the right community, you can move mountains. But seeing people that have done it and traveled the road first is invaluable. And that's why Andrea and I work really well together.
So I see things,
Go ahead.
I see things very differently from Melissa. I'm really a nuts and bolts person. I really get into the real estate industry, all facets of it. I do not think, I don't have a good imagination to think like Alyssa does and mold people. I can just say, hey guys, you want this to work? I can make it happen. So,
yeah, you need the willingness and the experience. So together we give them both sides of the equation.
Well, can you tell us about the state of real estate industry in general? How do you see the industry nowadays? What are the challenges and opportunities based on your experience and professional observation?
So I'm going to take that one because
Okay.
I see it as the perfect time to get involved in real estate. So many people now are afraid interest rates going up, prices are changing, they're not sure what the industry is going to do. What I know from 50 years of experience is 50 years from now, you're going to be sorry you didn't get involved today. Yes, you're going to have to do a little studying and understand what you need to do, but you do the correct underwriting now, you'll build a future for yourself that you can't even imagine what it's like. And so the industry, you're going to hear, oh, everything's falling apart. Oh, everything's blowing up. Don't buy now. Well, I always go against the grain. If they say don't, it's a good time to do.
Alyssa?
Well, that is another, shifting the mindset piece, right? It's looking at opportunities versus problems. Most of us are wired to see problems. So in the state of any industry, depending on who you're asked, you're going to get very different responses. It's like the tale of two cities. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Yes, everything concurrent, but are you growing or are you diminishing? That's really the only question, is which way is your focus primed? So yes, things change, markets change. You need to stay agile and informed about your your marketplace. For example, I invest in Pittsburgh. I know what a house should cost. I know about what the utilities and taxes should cost. So I keep a pulse on those changing dynamics. Are rents going up? Is there a shortage of houses? But depending, there's always a deal for someone, but being very clear on what's a deal for you can happen in any market. So we kind of don't subscribe to the sky is falling or you have to beware, but you have to be informed. And when you have information, you make educated decisions about how you can pivot your approach, pivot your buy box, what you're acquiring, pivot how you're exiting your investments, if that's your plan. And so just having the information and knowing to have good people around you to give you good information, because if it's front page news, it's already old news.
Okay, so let's dive a little deeper if that's okay, because you are sharing the educational information here for our audience. So let's say you are in your early 30s, you are working, you have a certain career, you have certain savings. So you're renting an apartment somewhere, New York City, Pittsburgh, somewhere in the nation. So what would be your advice for these professional in terms of investing in real estate and how to grow that investment over time?
So there's so many ways you can grow in real estate that's a really hard question to just do a blanket statement.
Okay.
If you have the time and energy to devote and actually own the property and run it, that's one way to build it. In order to do that, you either need to have the money or know where to get money, right? So that's a very important tool to have in your toolbox. The other way is you don't have the time and energy, but you want to be involved. Well, that way you can do joint ventures with people who are involved or syndications, right? So there's an opportunity for both sides of the fence. If you're too busy, we have an opportunity for you. If you have time and you want to do it, there's an opportunity. What I see with many people now is their answer is they don't have the money, right? It's really not the time. It's not what they want to do. They just say, oh, I don't have the money. I can't do it. And there are ways around that and ways you can improve your personal credit and your personal way of doing it, as well as finding partners to help it work for you. So money should not be an excuse, but that's what I hear often, especially nowadays when, rents by me, and I don't live in New York anymore, but rents by me are $2,500 for a studio, which how can you afford to pay rent, save money, and buy a house? Well, you can, you just have to be strategic and understand. And the knowledge is really important.
Yeah. And, if you're in your 30s and you're building your nest egg, you're building your savings, and you're looking to do something more, you have to take a look at your time continuum. That's one resource bucket. How much time, how little time do you have? Where do your interests lie? Where are your professional expertise and skills? Andrea and I run a podcast called Built for This, where we interview people and we want to know, where is your skill in your professional career? Where's your skill in your personal life? And how does that relate to your success in real estate investing? Because knowing who you are and what you're good at helps you to decide how to get involved in real estate. For me, when I first got involved, it was in the financial end because I had been in financial services. I understood lending. So I wound up learning first and foremost how to do private lending. And doing that and being part of deals as that passive person, I got to exposure to how people bring value to a deal. They're bringing the money, they're bringing their expertise, or they're bringing their network and the people they know to make the deal successful. So which piece are you really good at? And then solving for the other ones.
And so for those who are thinking about investing in real estate, is it the right time to invest, or they should wait till rates go down? I mean, it's a pretty common question. I'm sure you hear it from others as well. But what is your take, just for our listeners and viewers to get some insights from you?
Yeah, so my insight is you do it now. It doesn't matter the market, whether it's down or up. You're going to find deals. You have to look for them. So the first thing, if you're concerned, get some knowledge behind you. Get around people who do it for a living and understand how it works and how you can make it work for you. And don't be limited to where you live to find the right property to build your portfolio, right? So, but now is the time. Everybody, for the course of my life, people have been telling me, nope, not good. Interest rates are high, prices are high, not enough inventory, too much inventory. At the end of the day, if you bought a house 20 years ago, you're in better financial situation than if you hadn't bought that house. And I don't see that changing in the next 20 or 30 years.
So let's see. Well, based on your experience so far, are there any best practices or some use cases that you can tell us about, based on what you have seen or what others actually practice? They're in a better position in their real estate investment, for example. Some, you don't have to name names or anything like that, but in general, some, best practices or use cases that you can share.
So I
just
think
to
best
educate us.
practices, if you want to get into real estate, the first thing is people and a network. And I've had mentors through my life that have guided me and helped me to get to where I was. Because when I started, I knew nothing. I got in, I didn't want to pay taxes. So I had to find a way to lower my tax bill. So I made every mistake in the book. Now there is so much available and so many people out there that can help you. So find a coach, find a mentor, find a real estate group you can go to. get to know people. The second, and sort of on level with the first, is gain the knowledge. Again, you can go on YouTube, you can go to Bigger Pockets, you can go many places to find information. I recommend that you find someone who will teach you step by step the general what you need to pull it together. And then you figure out what your one shiny star is going to be. Because in real estate, you have hundreds to choose from. And people will start and they'll say, oh, I like this. Oh, I like this. Oh, I like this. And they are successful at nothing. So finding your network, getting the knowledge, finding one thing you're going to focus on, and then action. And we can help people with where they want to be, where they're at, what they might want to do, how to get the money. What we can't do is give people the motivation to act. We can make suggestions. I'd like to take my hands and push people off the cliff and just say, go do it. But I can't, right? It's up to them. So that is actually, in my opinion, the hardest thing to do, is take the action. The first step is the hardest. Once you own a property, it's easy. But the first one is really difficult.
Yeah. And I would totally agree that getting in motion is probably the most difficult step, because oftentimes we don't think we know enough to do a deal. We don't think we're ready. So we get stuck in preparation mode. Guilty. I've been there. I've done that. Should be writing the book about it. But when you surround yourself with people who've already done it, you start to learn like that it is no big deal. And so it is a big deal until it's not. And so, like Andrea said about pushing people off a cliff, you can give everybody all of the information, all of the detail, all of the how-to, and this is what you need to know, and pack their brains full. What you can't do is give them their own motivation, but you have to know your own resistance, right? So this is the part for me about developing as a business owner, developing as a leader. That's just as important as knowing the knowledge, is knowing yourself and being willing to sit with the discomfort of not having arrived yet. I want to be a real estate investor, but I'm not yet. So I think I have to be this person stepping out of an airplane with a $100,000 watch on. You have to address your limiting beliefs and be willing to step past them, because what you will find on that growth edge is that you're going to get to know yourself in a way that you might not have expected. And it will have you questioning some assumptions that have you taking a look at the rest of your career, the rest of your life up till now, and saying, wait, I could have done this differently. And you have to be willing to say, yes, but I have this new information now. And if you're willing to evolve, you're willing to take courageous action, because nothing's guaranteed, willing to take those risks and learn yourself over time, like that is the biggest gift. So like, yes, have people who are willing to hold you to that cliff and help you push yourself off, because you're going to build your wings on the way down, but also surrounding yourself with people who've done it before, so you can normalize that risk and take yourself out of fight or flight and into what's the next best step.
Mm-hmm. For the next generation business professionals who just graduated from college, they are in their early 20s, mid 20s, so they are getting ready. They are entering into job market, right? So they're also, how can they prepare themselves for real estate investment, for example? You touched some of them, but just I like you to share some more insights if possible, because to your point, there is information available on YouTube and other social media channels, and some of them are misleading or different, right? So for those who are thinking about investing in real estate, but they are in their mid 20s or early 20s, how can they prepare themselves for this type of investment?
I talked about education online,
Yes.
free, but I also talked about being out in real estate networks. Nowadays there are so many available to you. I know someone who lives in Idaho, and she does have an hour and a half to get to her closest one, but in general, you have real estate groups all over now, people wanting to get together to talk about how it works, to learn from each other. Go to a conference. There are fabulous conferences out there that don't cost a lot of money. You need help finding them, let me know. You can go and you can learn from others, and you can meet mentors there. Find a good mentor coach, someone who is on the trail you want to be on. I believe you have to be doing the work to be the person to offer the advice. But the one other thing I'm going to say, and this is for young people in particular, in many generations now, don't go to Starbucks and buy that coffee every day. Put that money in a piggy bank. And I know this sounds stupid, but people buy stuff that they don't need, and then they say, I can't buy what's important to them. So put some perspective, and Alyssa's much better at this than I am. Put some perspective around, where you're investing. Are you investing in the coffee, or are you investing in yourself and your future?
That's a great point. Alyssa?
And also, when you're just starting out, everything can be noise. And I think to Andrea's point about finding a mentor, you need to know someone who helps you determine what's noise or bad information and what's useful. Because when you're first starting out, you're like baby deer, brand new, can't stand up on your own legs. And you need someone to show you, oh, okay, this is good information, and here's why. Because again, YouTube University is free 99, but it has so much volume of information that if you look at everything collectively, there's so much out there that contradicts itself. So knowing who to listen to and when. So you want someone who can help you to determine where you are and where you want to go, because that will help you narrow down what information you take in, because we live in the information age where everything's available. The curation of your focus, not only where you're going to put your money in that piggy bank, not in Starbucks's wallet, right? But where you're going to focus your time and attention. Attention is your number one currency. So knowing where to focus your attention so you can get the best value for your focus, it's not that far off from studying for your college exams. Knowing what good information is, though, that's new, because you've been given the textbooks, you've been given the teachers, you've been shown this pre-scripted path for so long. But guess what? Now is the point in time where you have to create the curriculum. And that can be a really daunting task that causes 90% or more to stop in their tracks and throw in the towel. Well, that's not instant gratification. That's not, I'm not a millionaire in 5 minutes. So finding someone who's in motion and in the business, it can be overwhelming, but check out your alumni groups. Check out real estate meetups, like Andrea said, online, virtually, and in person. But the most important thing is ask everybody that you know. It's so important to go back to the people side of this business, and in any business, really. But who do you know who is fanatical about real estate? Who do you know who is investing? Can I talk to them? Can I buy them coffee? And the biggest thing when you're looking for a mentor is thinking not what I can get from them, but what can I do to be valuable to this person? Because givers gain. It's an old axiom, but it's really true. It's, if you're seeking someone's time and wisdom, don't just go with your hand out looking to receive. Go thinking, how can I give here? Because what I have to receive is clarity, knowledge, and wisdom that's going to shorten my learning curve, or that's going to point me in the right direction to be super successful as I grow.
So that, just to add one thing to what Alyssa said, yes, ask people you know, but as she pointed out, and you may not have caught it, ask people who are in the real estate industry. Don't ask your mom and dad who only own their home. They're wonderful people. They love you to death. Oh my God, real estate is really, it's very scary. It's a high risk. They don't know what they don't know. So ask the people who understand what it is you're trying to do. That's what I had to add, because it's so important. People just talk, and they talk to their friends, and I can't do that. I mean, my friends have been telling me for years, you can't make money at that. You're going to lose money. It's very frightening.
Well, right. Prove them wrong.
In terms of, yes, go ahead, please.
I was just saying, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the reason I actually ask you to dive deeper, because this is very informative and you have years of experience. So I love our listeners and viewers to learn from you. In terms of, and when we say real estate investment, we are not talking about buying a house to live in. We are investing into grow a portfolio, right? Grow an asset. So when you are starting this type of investment, is there a certain part of US that's really ideal to start? I mean, is it, for example, New York City or Pennsylvania or southern part of US or any other state? Like, is there any, like, at least nowadays, to start somewhere, you think?
So I'm going to say it depends. Every single question you ask me in real estate, That's probably how I'll start my answers. It depends.
Okay.
If you don't have money, and New York City is totally daunting, right? You can find deals, but the deals there are still expensive. There's a whole world out there. So what you need to do is find someone who works in the world that's not New York City, right? That's going to be the person that you're going to reach out to and find. And you can do different things outside of your comfort zone, because it is daunting. Until I found Middle America, I lived in Brooklyn for 40 years, and now I live in Jersey. I didn't know there were places where you could pay, $1,000 a year in taxes. So finding that information, because I found people who did it. So it's really important, Alyssa.
That's how I found Andrea. Honestly, I told my whole network, anyone who would listen, hey, I'm looking for people who I'm going to Pittsburgh. I was, again, from New York. I wanted to invest out of the New York marketplace. So I just started talking to people about what I was up to. And I said it in 3 different times. A name came out of 3 different mouths, and they're like, you need to talk to TJ. So I went and found TJ's number and wound up talking to him. And then in motion of looking for people in Pittsburgh, all right, I'm going to visit. Who else do I need to know? And one of my dear friends were like, I think you need to know Andrea. So, this relationship would not have been possible unless I opened my mouth and told people where I was going, what I was up to, what I was looking for. And people like, you should talk to, and then get a number, get an intro, ask someone, could you introduce me? Because that's exactly how it happened. And, here we are 5 years later. Andrea and I are business partners, and she's been a mentor to me, a friend to me. And now we're helping to change the world by giving people more perspective and expertise that exists anywhere we could find about how to do this holistically, not just business all day, all the time, or kumbaya, self-development all the time. It's both. And so asking for people, who do you know, that's the most powerful question you could ask.
I just want to add one thing, because I keep talking about knowledge, finding mentors, finding someone to help you show you the way. I'm a real big believer in that. But when you're starting out, you need to be cautious about not only who you find, but what's their price point, right? If you don't know you want real estate, if you're just touching the water, don't spend $50,000 of money you don't have to find out you don't want it. So be cautious about what you're spending where you're at. And I'm not saying it's free. If you want people to help you and grow, you're probably going to pay a little bit, but it doesn't have to be $50,000. It can be a whole lot more reasonable to learn what you need to know, to decide, oh, I want to do it. Okay, great. Now how am I going to do it from the next step forward?
This is really informative. Thank you for sharing your insights with us. Well, let's continue. I'd like to hear your thoughts about AI. What do you think about AI, and how do you see the impact of AI on business based on your professional experience and observation?
So I love AI. I write programs all the time, right? I've been doing it for the last 15 years. And now I can tell AI, here's exactly what I want to say and how I want to say it. But I'm really bad at English. I'm really bad at putting things nicely. AI wraps it up nicely. It can say, did you think of this? And what about this? And so I'm actually improving what I can offer to people by asking questions. Now I'm asking the questions with the knowledge behind me. Don't do this if you don't know what AI is going to deliver, because God knows what you're going to get. But I know what I'm expecting. And when it asks a question, I can say, oh, let me go look this up and do some research. So I find it incredibly beneficial. It can help you do everything from create a program, to create a business, to create your vision. You put out there and you just keep saying, oh, here's what I want, blah, 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 blah. And you put it in and it will grow it for you, and you can adjust it as you need it. It's just, I think it's an amazing, I don't think it's going to replace me anytime soon, but I think it's a fabulous tool to help me grow and help you grow.
Yeah. And I'll add to that, like, it is a fabulous tool. The one thing where I see AI having a negative impact in our world is that people are outsourcing their thinking. Oh, I'll just put it in here and I'll get something out. So crap in, crap out. If you're outsourcing your thinking, if you're outsourcing your creativity, then you might wind up going to hell in a handbasket faster than normal. So the same best business practices apply. You want to make sure that you're building what you actually want. You have that clarity, because AI will spin it up for you quicker than you can snap. But if you're giving yourself half baked information or incomplete inquiry, you're going to scale a rabbit hole very quickly. And so one of the things I found for myself, I have to reel back out of AI tools sometimes, because I have to ask myself the questions, what do I want from this? And designing the prompt is like the creative part. And so if you're outsourcing your thinking and asking it to tell you stuff, just be very cautious that you're not using it to think for you, that you're leveraging, like Andrea said, you're leveraging your knowledge and expertise and you're accelerating the implementation. That's where it's most useful. Where it will get you in trouble is if you're relying on it to do your thinking, because if you see, the world has like oodles more content these days because it's iterating faster, and we can spin up content and programs like this. It's creating more noise in the marketplace. Now you have to be more unique, you have to be more aligned, and your voice has to carry through more of that noise.
100%. You have to be really, really cautious with AI, but it is a fabulous tool to use. It offers so much ability to make yourself clearer. In my case, that's how I feel. It makes me clearer. And, so here's a great example. You can go ask AI a question, an IRS question, and don't ask it to look at the IRS. Just ask it a question and then say, okay, now go to the IRS document and you look for exactly what the IRS tells you. Well, I can promise you in many cases, not the same thing. So you have to be really cautious about what you ask for and how you ask for it.
And prompting it right.
Yes.
That's what I'm learning from you. Okay. Well, so you are both business owners, business practitioners, and nowadays, based on your experience, what are the best marketing practices that brings you the highest ROI?
Oh, please, in-person relationships. And I don't care if that's you're actually shaking hands or you're picking up the phone and developing a meaningful relationship, but nothing is going to trump being intentional with who you connect with. Because you can have the best offer out there and have ads and paid campaigns, but if you have no advocates and you don't have people who know about you, who already know, like, and trust you, like, that's really where the rubber meets the road. So again, I know we're sounding like a broken record right here, but the best ROI is meeting people and finding who you have affinity with to grow those relationships and keep them on your radar and keep yourself on theirs.
Yeah. So, I'm just going to say it briefly. What Alyssa said is so true. Your network is your net worth. And in real estate, I think it's true in every business, but in real estate, your network better be very broad. You want people who are doing the business. You want people who are contractors, lawyers, title companies. You want the world. So being out there and meeting the people who can help you, or if they're not there, asking the people who are doing it, people who they know who do it, is the best marketing tool you have. Even in a lot of what we do, we're marketing to people that we already have a market. I already have a network. So who do you know who might be able to avail yourself of something, right? It's the place you start with, knowing the people, handshaking. Hi, my name's Andrea.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm glad that you talk about networking. And to my point as well, that's the best marketing ever, that you build the relationship. And to your point earlier, it's not only about me. It's actually genuinely, sincerely building a relationship. What can I do for you? While learning about other person's business practices or ideal clients or other details that you like to learn to build a relationship. So that is I really appreciate it. Actually, you share these insights with our audience. Well, let's talk about leadership a little bit. How do you define leadership, and what are the great leadership qualities from your point of view?
I would say service. knowing how someone gives, knowing how someone serves, is the best way to measure their leadership. Because you think it's somebody who's banging their chest, like our preconception is somebody, I'm a leader, follow me. But the loudest one is not necessarily the right one for leadership. When I look for leadership in others, I look for how kind are they? How willing are they to overcome resistance in someone else, or to help someone else understand something that seems to be difficult? Or are they trying to push their opinion and say, don't you agree, let's move? So I would say compassion and understanding are two of the main ingredients for leadership, and also being willing to be in reflection. Someone who's willing to take a look at things from other perspectives and not necessarily jump into action. For sure, taking action, but not someone who's jumping in blindly, who wants. So to me, it's about being introspective. And I think that creates more long range leadership than flash in the pan, pop, whiz, bang, and then fizzle out. Andrea, how about you?
Yeah. So I don't disagree with her, but for me, it's honesty and integrity. And it's not just being honest with other people. It's, am I honest with myself? Because I can only lead people where I believe they should be if I'm honest with myself. And so I think that's really important. And from a leader in the real estate industry, I will promise you, if you do something wrong, as big as the industry is, I can't tell you how often I get a phone call, don't do business with this person because, like, it's a very small, tight knit. If you're not honest, if you don't hold your integrity to be the most important thing, I probably know things about people. Well, I know things about people they don't know I know, because it comes back. People don't hide it. So if you're not honest with yourself and honest with people and build your life on integrity and your business on integrity, it's going to come back to burn you. So I think that's really two qualities in leadership that I find really important. And then to be a good leader, in my opinion, in terms of what we're doing as mentors and coaches, it's find a leader who's in the business doing it now, not somebody who's done it 20 years ago and it worked, and it may work today, it may not, but they're not doing the business. They're just selling you a product. Find someone who's actually running a business of being in whatever it is you want to do.
Yeah, like finding a professor who's teaching a subject that you're actively involved in. Yeah.
Well, these are great insights. I appreciate it. So let's take a quick break, and we'll continue after the commercial break. Thank you very much. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Yelp. Do you know the biggest problem for small businesses nowadays? It is visibility. That is why Yelp Business is ready for you. Sign up Yelp for Business. Make your company visible for your customers to find you. There is an easy sign-up process. When you scan the QR code, it'll take you to a sign-up page. You can sign up and you can start your free trial with no obligation. Make it easy for your customers to find you. There are millions of customers visiting Yelp on a daily basis. Based on the statistics that I got from Yelp, there are more than 70 million customers visiting Yelp on a monthly basis, looking for services, looking for businesses, just like your business. Scan the QR code, sign up for Yelp, and make your company visible. Visibility is the key. It all starts with being searchable, findable, and visible. Yelp is the venue for you. Sign up for Yelp and start getting more leads and more customers starting today. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Wizen. At the American Business Podcast, we always talk about continuous improvement and professional development. That is why we partner with Wizen, trust the nation's largest network for tutoring. Wizen helps you find the tutor that you need in many different subjects: chemistry, computer, foreign languages, geometry, English, music, physics, reading, SAT, science, and many more. I have the QR code on the screen that you can sign up and start searching for tutors and enjoy the learning experience and continuous improvement as we always talk about in the American Business Podcast. Scan the QR code and sign up for Wizen today. Thank you very much. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from DocuSign. DocuSign is the latest cloud-based digital and electronic signature management software system. You can manage your vendor contracts, supplier contracts, customer contracts, NDAs, and any type of legal and commercial documents and signatures digitally on DocuSign. DocuSign is cloud-based. It means you don't have to install any of your documents, keep any of your documents on your laptop or on your mobile device. Furthermore, DocuSign is equipped with intelligent agreement management capabilities, and it helps you automate and digitize your contracts, vendor contracts, and customer contracts quickly. It is modern, it is secure, and there are more than 1 billion users using DocuSign. True story. I use DocuSign regularly for vendor and customer contracts, and it works very smooth. Highly recommend it. You see the QR code on the screen. Scan the QR code. It will take you to the sign up page. Fill up the form, join the DocuSign community, and digitize and automate your contracts and documents right now, just like I do on daily basis. QR code on the screen, scan it, and enjoy the benefits of DocuSign starting today. Thank you very much. All right, we are back in the American Business Podcast. Well, do you have any mentors, any role models who help you shape your career journey over the years?
Aside from Andrea, I mean, do I need to say anything else? I mean,
Yeah. So I'll tell you that I've had dozens. So many I can't think of them. But if you want to talk just, I'm going to say recent. There are men and women out there who are in the field doing the business of real estate in many different ways, right? So if I can name names, so John Heyer is a tax accountant and a tax lawyer who really understands real estate and IRAs. He's been very beneficial in helping me gear things in the right way to build the business to make the most money at the end of the day. Pete Fortunato, who's been in the business longer than I've been alive, I think, he has a way of doing work that no coach or mentor is ever going to teach you, but his knowledge is invaluable, right? Those are they're really big names in the field, but there's names like Dave Corsi, who runs Amaria in New Jersey, who is just a font of knowledge and is willing to share it. So there are mentors all over the place. Some I pay for, some I don't, but they all mentor me in one way or another. There's some for short sales. There's some for buying properties. There's some for looking at storage, right? Wherever you're looking, there's a different person that can help mentor you where you're at. So, there's just so many. I only mentioned 2, but there's so many people out there who've helped to mentor me to allow me to mentor others like Alyssa. So
I mean, and then the feeling's mutual, right? I grew up in a family business, so my very first mentor was my father. That business is personal. There's nothing about business that is, kick it down the road. He took the ultimate responsibility. So I learned to take 100% responsibility for your community, the people you impact, your employees, your vendors, just to be the best person you can be. And my very first professional mentor, Mark Sieben, both these men, God rest their souls, but he taught me that you don't run away from problems, you run towards your solutions. And so to see everything as an opportunity rather so than, jump from thing to thing, but just to know yourself and to know what you want and go for it. And I mean, I could mention Jack Canfield, Patty Aubrey, Sean McCluskey. There have been so many that have helped me along my journey. But again, to save time, it wouldn't be fair to just start naming them all. But look inside your personal spheres of influence. There's probably a few people who are very meaningful to you. Those are great mentors because they teach you something, whether they're older than you or younger than you. I've learned so much from my children, from my daughter, from my son. So mentorship comes in all shapes and sizes.
Is there a book, a show, a movie that helped you shape your career perspective over the years?
Yeah. I'll say Jack Canfield and Tim Ferriss, The 4-Hour Workweek by Tim Ferriss, and then The Success Principles by Jack Canfield. They revolutionized the way that I thought about success and the way I was able to define it on my own terms. It sent me on the trajectory that I now see as the last decade and a half of my life.
And I'm going to say The Cash Flow Quadrant by Robert Kiyosaki has been, it opened my eyes, and The E-Myth from Michael Farber, to, the lies you've told yourself or have been told, not intentionally, but, how to change your thinking to realize as an entrepreneur, you pay yourself first and then you pay the government. And I started in real estate to not pay taxes. Now, that wasn't a thing back then, but now you've learned different ways and tools, and those people teach you how to do things like that.
If you had to go back in time, personally or historically, what time period would you like to go back and why?
So I don't want to relive my life, and I don't want to go back to a different period to live. What I want to do is to go back to I'm going to say 1980, I'll be nice. And just change the way I did things. So buy more houses, change the way I spent money. I can't say, and I wouldn't want any of those things to alter the family and friends I have. So it would probably be a teetering balance on how I could make that happen. But I don't want to go back. I don't want to relive anything. I don't want to live anybody else's life, but just make a couple of tweaks to mine to make it better as I get older.
Listen, I don't know. I have two. My first instinct was I would like to go back to the year 0. I wanted to see how the man of Christ lived and all the miracles. Not that I need that to believe, but I think that'd be really freaking cool to experience. And the second thought, it was back to Eve. Don't touch that apple. But no, honestly, it's the historical view of how we are supposed to treat each other and to be kind and compassionate versus tearing each other down and stuff. I really think there have been multiple periods in history where we've had camaraderie, and one moment in time that I remember specifically of seeing just how good people could be to each other. And it sounds terrible, but it was the day after 9/11. And I was in Pennsylvania at the time, but I also heard from stories from my family in New York that everybody came out to help each other. Like they say, always look for the helpers. And so wherever there's a black cloud, there's always a silver lining. So maybe those unfortunate moments that we have all coded as bad, maybe just to go back to look at those and with the wisdom that we have today and go back and look and say, well, what benefit did this bring to my life? What learning did I get, or did society get, or the world at large? I know that's a deeper answer than you might have wanted, but
well, I got my answer, so I appreciate it. Yeah. Well, what is the best and worst advice you ever received in your career?
Don't do it. It's scary and you can lose money. And the best
worst advice ever.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're listening to people who haven't been there, that's what they give you because they don't know any better. So that to me is the worst advice I ever got.
Can I also just worst advice ever is, Alyssa, you need structure. Because what I've come to learn is that what I need is to create new structure for people who are stuck. So the shame that the amount of time it took me to overcome that I need external structure, worst advice ever, because now I know better. And I was like, oh, if I didn't have to unlearn that as a truth, I'd have been so much further along.
Well,
best advice though?
Go ahead.
was run towards something. I already said that. But Andrea, back to you.
Yeah, no, follow your dream. That was the best advice I ever got. And my dream has not always taken me down the straight and narrow, nor has it always been a winner. But by following my dream allowed me to build on each step along the way to be where I am today. And I'm in a pretty good place.
Well, so far we discussed different subjects. And is there any question that you expected me to ask you, but I haven't asked you? I didn't ask you.
Oh, yeah, ladies, how'd you get so good looking? You're dynamic over here.
I love it. Well, yeah, go ahead, Andre.
No, I think you did really well here. I mean, the one thing I forgot to say, and I purposely wrote this down because I always forget it.
Sure.
The one piece of advice I can give to people when they're in real estate, for what I've learned, is don't over leverage yourself. I'm a big believer on borrowing the max you can, on not putting your money in when you don't have to, and you can do all that without over leveraging. So that's the one piece of advice I would like to leave with people. Get into real estate, buy it today, and don't over leverage.
What is your career advice for the next generation business professionals?
So I'm prejudiced. I'm in real estate, right? But whatever it is that your dream is, right? You could like Bitcoin, you can like stock, whatever it is, you do the same thing. You follow your dream. Working for somebody else can pay your bills every week, but what's going to pay your bills when you're 60 and 70 and Social Security isn't quite what you thought it was going to be, if it's even there? How are you going to support yourself? Find a dream that works and follow that dream.
Yeah.
Alyssa, your career advice for next generation?
Unlearn what you need to let go of, because we have been taught to think in this industrial age that what it is what it is, and it can't be changed. So my generation, my kids' generation, we've all learned apathy of like, oh, fine, whatever, it doesn't matter. But we all feel vulnerable when we get excited about things, and people are like, what are you so happy about? No, be happy. Follow that happy, because that's your future calling you. And don't be afraid, because as you follow that happy, the people who are going to try to be a crab in the bucket and drag you down, they're going to be that way anyway. So you might as well know. But if you're following that nudge that makes you happy, don't hide it and don't shy away from it, because that's your future calling you.
Yeah. The other thing, and I think this sort of aligns with what Alyssa just said, keep the negative out of your life. You have friends and family, and you're not going to give up on them because they're your friends and family and you love them, but they don't have to be your primary source of information. And so, find the people that are positive and on the path you want to be on.
Well, in this episode, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask me?
Where did you get started? And what's your specialty?
Well, when I get started, you mean the podcast, am I right?
No, I mean in life, in your career path.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Turn the tables, Andrea. Let's hear
it. Well, we have time. So, okay, next 60 minutes. Then it's fine. Finally, I've been waiting for this moment. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the question. Well, just briefly. So, my career, I started in 1994. That was my first work experience. So I've been in business more than 30 years now. So my business right now, is actually enterprise business software. So business software is my expertise. Software systems such as CRM, accounting software systems, or workflow systems, compliance systems, and so on. But my background is pretty multi-industry. I was in manufacturing industry before. I was in international trade. I was in pulp, paper, and packaging, very different from technology. So, and other industries, consulting and professional services. So it's pretty much mixed. But to your point, so over time, anything that I experience helped me in my career path. That is for sure. So Yeah, that's briefly how it is. And the podcast started earlier this year, so we are not in 1 year old as a podcast, but it's growing pretty fast, and looks like we are doing well. So yeah, this is my brief answer in 60 seconds. So I was actually talking to one of our, so I network a lot, right? As we discussed before. And then I was talking to one of my contacts, and we were chatting, and then he asked me like, "Hey, Kevin, what do you do?" And I said, I was talking about my CRM software system. I said, "Well, I have a CRM software system that's AI powered. It helps sales and marketing." He listened to me just patient, and he's like, "Okay, sales, marketing. So you have people make money. Is this correct with your software?" Yes, that's correct. So he just summarized it for me. So I had people make money with my software systems. So that was the lesson I learned. Just summarize as much as you can, but it's not always easy, right? So sometimes you need to get feedback, and then you learn how to summarize it. So it goes almost to the elevator speech, right? 10 seconds, how you're going to summarize it. So it's pretty challenging sometimes.
Well, thank you for sharing, because we always hear one side of the coin, right? And it's not.
Of course.
Hear others.
Yes. And primarily, that's how we design the podcast. I mean, we love to learn from you. I just facilitate. I try to ask the right questions as much as I can to get the best out of you in terms of your professional insights that you can share with us, your professional wisdom, because decades of experience, you have a lot of knowledge. So we are here to learn from you. That's why we ask all the questions. But then recently we start to ask this question too. Then I can also share some insights and address questions. But this is great. I truly appreciate it. Well, before we leave, would you like to share your contact information with our viewers and listeners, those who like to continue this conversation with you? What is the best way that they can learn about your company and get in touch with you?
So the best way to get in touch with me is just Google Consultress. I am the only one. I am some of the lead generation and community facilitation for our business, which is Own Your Income. So please just look me up on social. Instagram is one of my favorite places to get direct messages. So just look up Consultress on Instagram. But our company page, so if you want to just look us up, you can look at the builtforthisshow.com. That's where our podcast lives. And our company page for Own Your Income is on LinkedIn. You can also find Andrea Lane, the Fearless Real Estate Investor, on Facebook and LinkedIn, as well as our company page. Look her up if you want any information about real estate. Like, that is all her content. She is obsessed. Contact Andrea Lane, the Fearless Real Estate Investor. Yes, the in front of her name, because she is the Fearless Real Estate Investor.
I love it. Thank you very much for this sharing, and I truly appreciate your time. It was actually very informative and educational, this particular podcast, and how measured you are and how generous you are in terms of sharing your experience. I truly appreciate it on behalf of me, of course, our team, our viewers. Truly appreciate it. Thank you so much for being with us in your busy schedule, and thank you for sharing your professional wisdom and your professional insights with us.
And thank you for having us, Kevin.
Pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much, and have a great week.
You too.
You too.
Appreciate it. To our audience, to our viewers and listeners, we'll be right back after the quick break. Thank you very much. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from I hope you enjoyed the episode with Andrea, and also we had great insights in that sense from this episode, especially about U.S. real estate industry. Both Alyssa Bicker and Andrea Lane, they shared great insights with us, so that was very informative. And when we highlight this episode, not only they shared insights about US real estate market, how to start, getting mentors, getting into real estate circles, and networking with other professionals. That was one of the that was some of the suggestions that they had. Not only they talk about this, they also talk about how to improve yourself, continuous improvement as professionals. They talk about it as well. Also, keeping the negativity out of our life, surrounding ourselves with positive people and positivity for success. There was another important insight that they shared. And when I ask about marketing and best marketing practices, they focus on networking and connecting with others one-on-one, personally, in person, as much as possible. That was also one of the insights that they shared. And overall, it was actually a very educational, informative episode in the American Business Podcast, especially those who are getting ready to invest in real estate market, where to start, how to get ready. Those insights that they shared in episode 114 was very helpful in that sense. Just like Elissa and Andrea, they focus on networking and meeting with other business professionals in person and building a connection and business relationship. One of our activities in the American Business Podcast, in addition to discussing best networking practices, we also organize networking. We call it Connection America Business Alliance. And in that event, and recently we branded as networking and podcasting together, you can meet with other business professionals, and at the same time you are in the American Business Podcast in front of thousands of American Business Podcast followers and subscribers. We organize this event every month, and the next one is scheduled for January 30th. And I have the QR code on the screen. If you like to introduce your company, your products and services, if you like to meet with other business professionals at the same time, and simultaneously, if you like to be on the podcast, that's a great event that you should sign up. We have limited seating because of logistics of this event. If you're interested, please scan this QR code and sign up. Speaking of these networking and podcasting event, I like to highlight the latest one that we had a couple of weeks ago. And we had different business professionals. They joined, they networked with each other, and they were on the American Business Podcast. Now let's review the latest Connection America Networking Plus Podcast and Networking event. And let's continue our conversation and highlight the important parts that we talk about in this event. Let's get it started. Welcome to the American Business Podcast. I'm welcoming you Connection America Business Alliance series. That is the December 2025 monthly online business networking event. We have businesses, professionals here today with us, and we'll talk about their businesses, their products and services in this series of Connection America Business Alliance, powered and streamed by the American Business Podcast, the voice of American business. I'm going to invite our guest today to our virtual stage, and I'll get the conversation started in the Connection America Business Alliance monthly online business networking event for December 2025. All right, great. Let's organize our screen and let's get started if that's okay. Well, thank you very much for connecting for today's online business networking event. I truly appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us. Well, in this series, streamed by the American Business Podcast, we'll talk about your businesses and we'll talk about your products, your services, as well as benefits and features that you are offering in your businesses. So, in that sense, I'm happy to have you today. Thank you very much for coming. Let's start with introductions, if that's okay. Let's start with Ed, if that's okay. Ed, would you please introduce yourself and your company to our audience and to our listeners?
Yes, hi everybody. I'm the president of AB Computer Systems. We have 5 offices in New York, New Jersey, and Florida. We're in business for 32 years. We're a Microsoft Solutions partner, and we specialize in the implementation, customer support, training, software development, testing of a few of the best Microsoft business software, such as Microsoft Dynamics 365, Power BI, Power Automate, Copilot, and a few of the other great products that Microsoft offers. And again, we're in business for 32 years, and we have on our website, we have on the bottom of our website, you can see many glowing testimonials from customers. Most of our customers are distribution, manufacturing, and service companies.
Yeah, this is great, Ed. Truly appreciate your the information that you shared. Who is your ideal client, if you like to describe?
Our ideal client is a client that will pay us on time.
All right. I like that's the code of today. I love it.
Yeah. Again, distribution, manufacturing, service companies. We also have like insurance, and but that's the bulk of them. And usually customers with between 10 and 150 users, with annual sales of between around, let's say, on the low end, 5 million to 150 million dollars.
Okay, yeah, definitely. That's definitely good to know. So you will say small and mid-sized organizations in manufacturing, distribution, any other vertical that you need to mention?
I'm sorry?
Yes, distribution, right? Manufacturing, any other
Manufacturing,
vertical?
yeah. Not specific verticals. We have different verticals that we there are. Dynamics 365 Business Central has so many add-ons. The system is, my background is really, I worked for many years with IBM. I remember on the AS400 and System 36. And I remember the system with the functionality. We never even had this functionality. Some of it, like the AI, of course, and all that, that was like tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. So now with the cost of $80 per user per month, you get so much, or 120 if you're also doing manufacturing and service management. So it's outstanding. And Microsoft is adding new functionality, that there are new small releases, one small release every month, and it's all in the cloud, of course. And then there are 2 major releases. So, for example, one of the latest releases, 2 releases ago, suddenly we got an email. It's all automated. We got an email from Microsoft that they just added complete integration with Shopify. There is AI all over with Copilot. They added sales agents that can process almost the whole sales process, like getting the email from the customers with request for quote. It checks inventory. It communicates with it's amazing. It communicates with the prospect or the customers without any human intervention. Check for inventory levels, check for price, prepare the quote, and then one of the users will review the quote. So that's something that they added recently. Now they added another one for AP invoice. So the agent takes care of like 90 or 80% of the work. So, and there is also links. There are also links everywhere if you go on the system. And if you go to our website, you go to Business Central, you'll see at the bottom there are many videos that shows you the strength. It's kind of amazing.
That's really exciting. Okay, great. Well, also for our listeners and for our viewers, I also have its contact information on the screen. So during these online business networking event, I'll bring contact information of our attendees to screen, and you can also see their contact information, their website, email address, and you can anytime go to their website and learn more about their services. And you can also get in touch with them via email as well. I have the email address on the screen for Ed. I'll have other contact information for our other attendees as well. Okay, this is really good. Ed, so let's continue this conversation in the next round, and I truly appreciate these introductions.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Hello, Brent. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Kevin? Doing great.
All right, great. Happy Friday. Well, just like Ed, would you please introduce yourself and your organization to our listeners and to our viewers, please?
No problem. So my name is Brent Gary. I'm a fractional CMO and founder of Gary Consulting. We build and run marketing teams for scaling companies. So these are typically organizations with 10 plus employees, over $1 million or so in revenue. They are growing primarily through word of mouth and referral-based marketing. However, they are hitting a plateau in terms of how their marketing and sales are operating. And it's typically because they usually have the founder or maybe someone on the lower tier, or maybe an intern is doing the marketing, the social media posts, the email, what have you. And as a result, the work is inconsistent. Constant Contact did a study about a year ago where they said that the average business owner spends 80 hours a month doing marketing themselves. And the worst part is they have no idea if it works. So what we do at Gary Consulting is provide a marketing team that will look at the gaps in your marketing, come up with the branding if need be, website enhancements, and come up with a strategy. And unlike most consultants, we do the implementation as well.
Okay, this is great. So can you tell us a little bit more about your ideal client?
Sure. My ideal
customer.
client is I typically work with founders of these organizations, and they are individuals who are extremely driven, but they are ready to delegate marketing to start to build out a marketing organization within your marketing department within your organizations. But they're not fully ready to maybe make that investment in terms of having full-time hires. So myself, with a background in marketing and advertising, I'll come in as a consultant and then work alongside with the founder and help them get their voice. One of the key things that we're seeing, especially going forward in 2026, I might be jumping ahead, is the cycle from marketing to sales is lengthening. AI, as great as it is a big contributor to that because you're getting a lot of the same outputs. A lot of brands are indistinguishable and have generic marketing. And one of the things that we are working on with them is helping using the founder's voice to create trust, and that is a long-term process. So ideally, if you have a founder of a scaling business and you are willing to make that investment in time and effort to develop consistent voice to get trust, you are an ideal client for me.
Any particular industry, vertical?
I would say we run a wide gamut of industries, but typically work a lot with professional services firms. It could be nonprofit. We have engineering clients. We have clients in the music industry as well. So it's really goes across the board. But yeah.
Okay, that sounds great. So it's pretty much vertical free,
Mhm.
but some expertise areas you just mentioned in terms of some industries. So that's definitely.
Yeah, I would say the
Definitely
one
not.
client, the one industry that we have not worked with, it would be like retail. But anything in the professional services realm is prime ground for us.
Yes, and as you know, I have a soft spot for nonprofits. So I'm glad that you are working with nonprofits, and each nonprofit that I've been seeing in the market, they all have particular mission to serve the community, and
Exactly.
that's a great drive. And I'm sure you'll be really helpful. You are very helpful for them to work with in terms of marketing. So in terms of nonprofits, of course, marketing is a little different. That's all about the serve the community and position the nonprofit in a way that connecting with the community, of course. But the fundamentals are there, right, in terms of marketing.
Exactly, and I think nonprofits and mission-driven organizations have a unique story to tell because it's altruistic and it's trying to get the best out of human nature. So I think they lend themselves well to being able to tell stories about the impact they're having, and this is a scenario where even if you're serving thousands or tens of thousands of people, having a story about one individual. Plays a huge difference in terms of the impact that the nonprofit can experience.
Absolutely. Okay, this is great. Well, we'll continue this conversation in the next round. Brent, thank you very much. Let's invite Shrey to our virtual stage and let's learn from Shrey. Hello, Shrey. You have an echo in the background.
I can't hear you.
All right. Okay. Sounds great. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
I can't hear anything.
Okay. Well, let's do this. We're gonna continue with the next round, and then
Anyway,
we'll
let
come
me
back to
just
you.
introduce myself.
Okay.
Just giving me an opportunity. Thank you so much, Kevin, for giving me opportunity today. I was always most awaited, looking forward to always to speak to you and have a networking event with ABP, which is supposed to be today is one of the best available in the industry today to showcase your your company's details and your capabilities. So thank you so much once again. Shrema Global, it's almost like more than 3 decades old company where I started after a good experience in automotive and defense industry. I started the company as a consultant and always for a small and medium company, which is about 98.67% of industry in the United States is a small scale and a medium scale industry. And I've been catering to the industry for a very long time. And business consulting means, the helping the company to sustain and grow. The industry has gone up, with a lot of ups and downs, and then a lot of things when, the manufacturing industry moved out of United States to different countries and now is coming back. So the whole cycle was there, and I was witnessing the whole cycle where small and medium manufacturing companies were struggling to survive and sustain and grow. So our company basically is helping all the small and medium manufacturers to sustain and help them to improve their processes, improve their manufacturing capabilities, improve their supply chain, and help them with the softwares and hardwares and technology. And today, what we call is with the Industry 4 or maybe AI, the artificial intelligence, to help them to get to the level of the manufacturing which is needed for this particular time. And I'm very happy and very proud that I'm being able to help a lot of companies within the United States and the overseas also, because a lot of companies really need to grow their market overseas. So I do help them specifically with the country like India or Middle East. And then also while doing that, I help the companies from India or Middle East to represent their company or their products and services in the United States and help them to set up their infrastructure in the United States. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Shrey. Much appreciated. Well, let's go to the next round of our discussions on the Connection America Business Alliance online business networking event, powered and streamed on the American Business Podcast, the voice of American business. In the next round, I like to ask our attendees, what makes your organization different in your own field. So let's talk about some of the details that actually highlights your services and differentiate yourself in the marketplace. I like to start and continue this conversation with Ed, if that's okay. Ed, let's hear from you, if that's okay. What makes your company organization different in your own field?
Well, it's mostly the experience. Our people on average have more than 15 years of experience, even more, with some of our products or all of our products. So the experience they bring from either working for distribution or manufacturing company, or what they learned in previous companies that they worked for, or for many years working with our customers, providing customer support, providing consulting, analysis, software development, testing, and that's pretty much. It's also the products that we implement are make a big difference, because we used to do other products, but many years ago we switched to the Microsoft. It used to be Microsoft Navision. We are one of the first companies to implement Navision, which is what wasn't even Microsoft at the time. It was a company out of Denmark, and they had an office here in Atlanta. But when I saw the product Navision, which was many years ago, I was amazed then, and then it became Dynamics Nav, and now it's Business Central. Actually, Microsoft had 4 products. They had Great Plains, they had Axapta, and they had Navision and Solomon, and they took Navision into the next generation. So a lot of the functionality that was in Navision is now in Dynamics 365 Business Central. It was available on premises and in the cloud. I'm not even sure if it's still. We never did the on-premises Dynamics 365. Now you have to distinguish between Dynamics 365 and Dynamics 365 Business Central, which are 2 different products. The Dynamics 365 is for much larger companies, and not for the mid-market. It's Dynamics 365 Business. All the information is on our website, but that's the product that we do. So it's really the product and the product. And it's not only Dynamics 365. We do business intelligence. We do Copilot. We do Dynamics automation. Power Automate. So there are a few other products that, and again, it's all on our website, that combined with the experience and the fact that we are in business for 32 years, that's make the big difference when we implement or when we approach new customers.
Yes, so what I'm hearing from you is your years of experience is a differentiation. Also, your experience in Microsoft products and implementation is another differentiation point, and your expertise in distribution and manufacturing.
Yeah. And also there are a few other. I mean, again, they're on our website. There are a tremendous amount of testimonials from different companies. Most of them are distribution manufacturing, but we had quite a few other industries, verticals.
Absolutely, this is really important. It is because you work with small and mid-sized organizations, in different industries, and it is important for the economy, right? So when we look at the small businesses in US, there are millions of them, and that is the backbone of US economy. So helping them and supporting them for digital transformation in your own field is critical and very important service that you're offering.
Yeah, and it's also and there are many different. There's a lot of functionality that is really beneficial when you're talking about the U.S. But many, even small or mid-sized businesses, they have locations in other countries. So we have countries now that need Spanish. They need actually the system, even the documentation is in different languages. So you can have the same system, the same data, but one user is doing it in English, another in Spanish, another in German, which is really great for either small and mid-sized businesses.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is good. Let's continue our conversation with Gary and dive deeper into it. Ed, thank you very much. So
Sure.
we'll continue our conversation in the next round.
I'll be here.
Perfect. Hello, Brent. So what makes your company and organization different in your own field?
Well, I think it's because we've over time had to learn to pivot as the industry adapted. So initially, my background was actually as creative, working, as a designer. I come from a art school background, and so so everything was very visually oriented about the aesthetics and the branding and whatnot. But one thing I started to learn is that that's great for, if you're an advertising agency with a brand that's already established. But when you're dealing with small to mid-sized businesses, you have to think about business outcomes. And then I was able, through my experience, doing a lot of e-commerce and technical projects, start to learn the consulting side of the industry. So having that background from the creative, but also the business and the technical side, allows Gary Consulting to have a full spectrum approach to consulting, because we start with understanding who our clients are, who their clients are supposed to be. A big misconception, I've seen, is that they're targeting the wrong industry. They may say, well, we're B2B, but the marketing is all B2C tactics, for example. So we think about, who are they trying to attract, and then being able to use the storytelling angle to explain to them that, what, these campaigns aren't for the executives at the companies that we're working with. It's for your audience. So the messaging has to make sense. And once you have that down pat, we can then build out the systems, whether it's email marketing, social media, website updates. Everything is designed as an engine to create a flywheel effect that will then get you the conversions that you're looking for in terms of like growing your sales and whatnot. Though, so I like to think that's a unique skill set, because we see, there's lots of great companies that do one specific solution, but then they tend to make every problem they come across reliant on their solution, and it may not be the right solution at the right time. A good example of that might be paid advertising, right? If you're in the paid ads, if you're a paid ads consultant, every problem a client brings to you is going to be, well, paid ads is the answer. And we like to think a little bit more holistically and understand that, what, there's a time and place. And from there, what, we work with other partners. We're not afraid to collaborate because we're not trying to be the best at everything, but having the right standards and having the trust with a client allows us to bring in the people that would, at the end of the day, bring in the best results for them and their businesses.
Yes, absolutely. And couple of things that actually you mentioned that really makes you different is the expertise that you have in different marketing campaign practices, right? The execution of it. Is there any example that you can, or is there any particular industry that or vertical that you like to tell us about that really makes you different in a particular
Oh yeah. So
vertical?
so for example, right now I'm working with a IT services firm, and so I'm literally marketing director with the organization. And one of the things I realized is that they don't have a sales or marketing function, at least until I came on board, because the founders were doing all of the work in terms of like doing the sales. But at a certain point, you can't be doing the work but then also trying to scale the business, because when you have enterprise clients, and you're dealing with, let's say, C-suite people, you lose a lot of credibility when you don't have someone at an equivalent level on the partner side, because if you're doing the work, you're being seen as an implementer versus, they may be looking for a peer that can explain the business strategy. So by coming in as a marketing director, and I can free up one of the partners to focus on, let's say, the client relationship, because they now know that there's a system in place that's and then I'm providing the reporting. It frees them up to really accelerate their sales and marketing.
Yeah, this is a critical function, sales and marketing, and without it, it's really hard to make a real impact in the market.
Exactly.
Without these functionalities, yes.
So what I'm trying to do ideally is, engage with them, because I need their voice, right? Because I'm not an expert in their. I'm not the expert for their clients, right? I want to make sure that they are seen as the expert. But my job is to get the information that's in your head, be able to articulate it, and then be able to get it out the door. Because one of the biggest challenges I see is that when a founder has a really large network, it's based on relationships. But when you go into let's say a new vertical, right? Maybe you go from being being dominant in your local arena, and now you're moving maybe into a new market. Those relationships help, but there isn't the trust with people that don't know you, right? And once you are beyond that trust factor, marketing now becomes the tool that scales trust into new areas.
Yes, I always actually see the sales, marketing, and consultant type of conversation just like a doctor-patient relationship, right? So you gotta listen what the pain points are, and then put together the prescription accordingly with the sales and marketing approach. So there are similarities in that sense. Well, that's good. So let's continue with our next attendee. Let's see if he's available. He had some connection issues. Hello, Shrey, can you hear us? Okay, looks like we lost Shrey. Okay, we'll come back to him. All right, sounds good. Well, in this next round, we like to talk about the common challenges in the market that you see in the marketplace. So when I say marketplace, I'm referring to your particular field, industry that you are in. So you can tell us about it if that's okay. So let's continue with Ed, if that's okay. Ed, what do you see in your market in terms of organizations, companies, businesses, their common challenges in the marketplace, and how do you help them address these challenges in your business?
Well, many of the challenges they have is competition from other companies, and also now with the AI, many companies are looking to get advice and help with implementing AI and automating many of the processes. Like for example, with Microsoft Power Automate, on what I mentioned before, with the agents, you can save a lot of money by implementing that. And some of our customers had issues with the tariffs, so it was up and down, and they had to make some changes in the software, modifications and all that. So because it was going up and going on, on and off and all that. So that was a challenge for many of our customers, especially distribution and manufacturing companies. And again, when they expand in other countries, there are challenges in each country, although we have it in different languages, but different countries have different regulations that they have to adhere to. So that's also a challenge. And one of the great things with Dynamics 365 Business Central and some other products that we do is we can fully customize it. So we always recommend to stay away from modifications as much as possible. But sometimes there are requirements that give you a competitive advantage, or regulations, or other requirements that you do have to modify the system. And we have to be very careful with modifications. We test it well. We provide the specifications, very detailed specifications with quotes for each modification. And that's really back to the challenge that they have. Sometimes the challenges can be rectified by modifications or by some add-ons. There are many add-ons to Dynamics 365 Business Central. Although the system is very function rich, but there are certain unique requirements that you don't have to modify. You can just use an add-on for that functionality.
In terms of ERPs and accounting practices, when you look at the organizations in general, right, small and mid-sized businesses, what type of challenges that they have that you see in accounting and finance and business operations and the Microsoft Business Central that you offer? How does it help them improve their processes and controls, of course?
Well, I mean, there is a tremendous amount of security, so you can specify exactly what each user can do, which is a challenge sometimes, that they want to make sure that all the accounting practices are being followed. And again, in terms of requirements, there are many different requirements. We have customers that need, for example, track containers and what purchase order is on each container and what's in each purchase order. So we have to track the container from the port of exit on ocean and then coming here and then going into the warehouse. And so this is one challenge. I mean, there are many different challenges. I mean, now many customers know that there are many changes this year to 1099s. 1099s, I mean, any customer who listens to this podcast should really go to the accountant and just discuss it because it's major. We again, we have 1099 in the system, but we have to use an add-on for that and all that. So this is another challenge that comes every couple of years. I see that 1099 is and again, in terms of tracking, some customers require tracking of serial numbers and expiration dates. Some needs lot control, lot numbers. They have to track that. If there is for example, if there is a recall, you have to go back to the original manufacturer or where it came from, or if you are the manufacturer, you have to do a recall. You have to do it as soon as possible. So again, that's another challenge that our software, because it has the serial number and the lot control functionality as part of the system, which is very important. We also have one of the modules that we do is CRM. Another one is warehouse management, very advanced warehouse management. But again, it's not always has all the functionality that we require. So the fact that we have the source code, we can customize it instead of adding or going to another system. Very, very important is that all the modules are integrated. You don't want to have different silos and then you export and import data. It has to be one fully integrated system. So the person who enters the order, as long as they have the ability to access it, they can see exactly where, if they're talking to a customer, they can see online real time exactly where the product is, how much they have, do they have to reorder from a vendor and then they merge or link the order from the vendor to the order from the customer. But again, we have advanced warehouse management system that you can see, you receive the items into the warehouse, you put it away, then you pick it, you get the pick ticket, or these days it's not a ticket, it's online with a scanner. You go and you scan it. As soon as you scan it, immediately, it's like you go to Amazon. All this, magic that they do is part of what we do for smaller businesses. That you have, as soon as it's shipped from the warehouse, the customer wants to know that it has been shipped and when they're going to receive it. But this is just some of it.
Yes, yes, these are very important points. Actually, I wanted our listeners and viewers to actually hear it from you. It is because there are many different challenges in small and mid-sized businesses, and just like you articulated and gave examples, your organization can help them address those challenges and improve their business processes. So it
Yeah,
all goes down to productivity, reducing the operational cost, and increasing sales and profitability at the
yeah,
end of the day. And processes are critical, and you help them offering these high tech practical tools in Microsoft from Microsoft ecosystem, and help them improve their business processes towards profitability. If they are profitable, they can be more profitable. It is because they will be more productive, and they can reduce the operational costs with your Microsoft business software products.
yeah. It's extremely important to have a great, and our Business Central is not the only one. There's some other good ones.
Mhm.
But by the way, Business Central was uh, by Forbes last year was the product of the year. But there are some other good products. You really, it's very important when you select a product, an ERP product, that you do your due diligence, and that means that you pay for a consulting company to to do a research exactly what's available, what the requirements are now, what the requirements may be in the future, and to make sure that the system will meet these requirements out of the box or with add-ons and software modifications.
This is great, Ed. Ed, thank you so much for sharing your insights. And I'm glad that our listeners and viewers also getting these insights from you. All right.
Thank you.
So we have some more subjects that we like to cover in next round. So please stay with us. Thank you, Ed. Hello, Brent. Well, what do you see in the market? What are the common challenges that you see in the market among your clientele, and how do you help them address those challenges?
I think two things. One is analysis paralysis in terms of what marketing strategy they need to implement. So, you have so many options, whether it's LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, email, and a lot. If when you're getting started and you make that conscious decision to start to integrate marketing as a core function, where do you start, right? And everyone's going to tell you that their solution makes the most sense. So so that's one option. Well, the other part is, I see folks who are they say what they want. Like, I want SEO, and then you ask them, well, why do you want SEO? And it's because that's what has been told for years, right? SEO is the tool that you need to get sales. And when we look at their operations and see, well, okay, well, your website maybe hasn't been updated in a few years. Just doing SEO is not going to fix that challenge. So we like to do is like look and figure out, well, what what's your superpower, right? If you, let's say, have been in business for many years, and you have lots of customers and past customers, and you have the contact information, we'll say, you know what, maybe we can start with email, right? Like, let's build a function, right, of getting communication going from that platform first, because you already have those connections, rather than doing TikTok, for example, right? So it's really a part of it is like is educating, and then getting them to understand that marketing is a long-term commitment, right? I like to envision, some owners, business owners, they think, well, if I put, it's like a coin machine. If I put a coin in and I turn it, I'm going to get a prize right away. And marketing is not like that. It's a game of consistency. So it's and consistency is boring until it begins to compound, and then you see the results. And too often, CEOs are thinking in terms of weeks. Okay, 6 weeks. I spent money on marketing and there's no results. Where and they give up before they see the actual results and the ROI that they were imagining.
Can you tell me, and especially for our listeners and viewers to hear it and see it from you, in that sense, how about nonprofits? What type of marketing challenges nonprofits are having, and how do you help them address those challenges?
Well, a big one is going to be inconsistent communication. So the time when marketing becomes a priority is when there's either some sort of event or there's a fundraising season. So you have Giving Tuesday, the first Tuesday in December, right after Thanksgiving, and that is a huge time, across North America, where individuals are kind of like they expect to be pitched for money. And I see a lot of nonprofits who are focusing all of their activity for that one weekend, but also the weekend, especially before Giving Tuesday, where when you're asking people for whether it's hundreds, thousands of dollars, that's a relationship that needs to begin months in advance because it's a trust factor. And yes, some people may give, but people don't want to feel like a cash machine. All right. And the other thing is, if I do give, what was the result? Right. That's the thing. Like, it's not so much about the money, it's about the cause, right? They feel when a donor gives, they feel like they're in a relationship that's helping make a change happen. And where a lot of nonprofits drop the ball is when they do get the money, they'll have the, obligatory thank you for your donation. But what happens a month later, 6 months later, right? If you are donating to maybe to build a shelter, then show the shelter being built, right, as it's happening. So then people there feel like they are part of the journey through those updates.
Yeah, that's a great insight. Also, I love your analogy in terms of how you describe it. It is because just like you mentioned, nonprofits, they have a cause, right? They have a mission that drives the organization. So communicating that mission, communicating that cause is the critical piece of the marketing interactions, the entire communication package. So it's very important that actually they relay that message in a way that people get inspired and act on it, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
This is great. Thank you very much, Brent, sharing your insights, and we'll continue next round as well. We have some couple more subjects that I love to get your feedback and insights. All right, sounds good. So let's continue with Shrey. Shrey, let's see. All right, so can you hear us? Because it looks like your microphone is muted. Okay, we cannot hear you.
Not yet.
No, we cannot hear you. We see. So let's. Okay, looks like Shrey needs to make some adjustments. All right, no response from that side. Okay, so let's continue with advice for the next generation. Actually for business and professionals. What is your advice for professionals and businesses from your point of view, especially Ed? Let's start with you if that's okay. While Shrey is trying to connect. So what is the advice for business and professionals? For example, you just mentioned, for example, about ERP, right? So they need to make a due diligence, they need to put together their requirements and so on. So any other advice from that point of view that businesses should pay attention when they're operating?
Yeah, no, to remember that it's can you hear me?
Yes.
You're here.
Okay. Again, like they have to do first of all, they have to realize when they do need to upgrade their system or to get a new ERP system. They have to look at the competition. They have to see, be true to themselves about any issues that they have and how to fix them. And they have to make sure, again, like I said, like do the due diligence, make sure it's one fully integrated system, add as much AI as required or will be beneficial. You also have to be careful, of course, with AI. You want to make sure when customers call and they talk to the AI, and it happens to all of us, then you cannot get out of AI hell, and you cannot get a. So you always need an option to talk to human if the AI cannot help you. You also have to make sure, absolutely sure, that the AI is like a co-pilot or whatever you use is a good one. So it doesn't, for example, provide a false information to a customer or to a vendor who are using the AI. And again, you have to make sure that it's one fully integrated system. You have to make absolutely sure that you involve your team, because it's a team effort. You definitely do not want to decide on the system without having all or most of your team members involved in the selection process and in the decision. Because even if you are a president or vice president or CFO, they're the ones who will have to use it. And change is always difficult, as we know. So you have to make sure that they're comfortable and then be able to adjust to the change, that they're not afraid that they're going to lose the job because you are introducing AI. And it was always an issue. Even many years when I worked, we introduced one in the Midwest, Fortune 500 company, we introduced a warehouse management system. And they had all these, it used to be like paper, pick tickets and putaways, and now become suddenly with scanners. And people were really afraid for their jobs. And these days, of course, it's the AI. So you have to involve everybody. Everybody has to feel comfortable. You have to train everybody, train them really well. And again, just make sure that the system will meet your requirements. And for professionals these days, the main thing is really to understand AI and BI, business intelligence, because that's a big requirement for many professionals these days. And also understand some of the main functionality that is required for manufacturers and distributors and service companies in terms of accounts receivable, accounts payable, warehouse management, sales orders, purchase orders, and all that good stuff.
Ed, thank you so much for your insights.
Sure.
Well, we have one more round to go before we end our online networking event, so please stay with us.
Sure.
Hello, Brent. What is your advice for businesses and professionals from your point of view that you like to
I
share?
would say, to not be afraid to begin that process of showing up, because I think I see a lot of people that are well-meaning, CEOs especially, but they want to do the bare minimum with marketing and not realizing that, as a leader, they are, their voice is what really creates that trust in their organization. And no matter how you approach it, when you show up publicly, you're going to have situations where it's not going to be the greatest, the same appearance, right? You have to just do it enough times before it becomes easier and natural for you. And it's a process that everyone goes through, right? So I'm sure, when if you look back at your first podcast, right, maybe it wasn't as polished as it is today, but it's just consistently doing it though. And, you don't look foolish showing up, right? Because people who are already successful understand where you are, but you are being judged on consistency more than anything else. And people will forgive you if your presentation, your polish, your messaging maybe isn't the greatest, but as you consistently do it, it gets easier. And that's the mindset shift. Whether you're coming out of school, you're CEO, decades of experience, you just have to start showing up and then being consistent at it.
How about the marketing practices with modern technology? I'll give you an example. So think about when social media started, right? So fundamentally, social media is a channel that companies can utilize for marketing communication, but it's not. It doesn't change the fundamentals. It just is a different channel that you need to adapt to, right?
Exactly.
So, and nowadays there are some other channels coming with the AI and more modernized and more use social media. Do you have any advice from that point of view?
Yeah, I would. 2026 is going to be about authenticity, because one of the things I love AI, right? But what we are seeing is this trend towards everything being polished, or conversely, slop. People want more than anything else to connect to other people on social media, and we are seeing just from the data that content that is behind the scenes, for example, content that is live, it is outperforming, the highly produced and or automated content on social media. And there's a place for both, right? If you're doing certain campaigns, you obviously want, polished content. If you have in the regulated industries, you definitely want polished content, but it has to be counterbalanced with authenticity. So, for example, if I'm going to use Instagram, it's a perfect example. You may have polished posts on the feed, but your stories should be, go live for a few minutes, right? If you're, at an event, just explain, what did you like about the event? And because there are tons of individuals that are ignoring the traditional feed structure and looking at stories because they know the real authentic content is in the stories. So I'm trying to get everyone that I'm working with to think about it's okay to loosen up on social media, right? As well, as long as it's being balanced with the messaging that is still true to the business.
Gary, thank you very much for your insights. All right, let's see if Shrey has a chance to connect. Shrey, can you hear us? Okay, let's see. Okay. Yeah, looks like we have we have you on. Yes, now we can hear you.
Oh, great. Finally, technology works.
All right. All
All
right.
right.
So tell us about so you can combine a couple of things in this
Sure.
because we missed you in the previous round. So
Right,
the
right.
common challenges in the marketplace and your advice for businesses and how you help businesses address those common challenges.
Thank you so much. This is a wonderful question. I really wanted to answer this by taking you from here to maybe more than 30 years ago. So the challenges remains the same. The first and foremost, thing is that the manufacturers or the business owners, which is small and medium, they're really doing their business the way they've been doing it for many years, and the biggest problem with them, okay, is like IKE. They think that they know everything. So in other words, they think that I know everything. So which is really we need to really break the ice. They do come out of that thought process if they are really into the trouble, they are really struggling to survive. And if they have that kind of awareness that really they need help. So it's another word, like when you said that very correctly, that you have a problem, you need the doctor. And you need to go and tell the doctor what is your problem. And then you can get really a solution out of it. So coming out of that cocoon is one of the biggest challenge with this small and medium manufacturing companies or business companies. And the 3 M's, very important. Today they are struggling with, either they're struggling with the material, they're struggling with the manpower, or they're struggling with the machines. So they're having such an issue where they cannot cope up with their manufacturing processes, their efficiencies, their productivity, and at the end of the day, they cannot produce the product with the quality and the price and in time they need. Very important is QTP, is a quality, price, and time. If you cannot make it as per at par or as per the whatever is happening in the world, then you're out of the market. So they're really struggling with this kind of situation, and they cannot like they're in a cocoon, so they don't use like a marketing companies, or they don't use the consultants, so that they don't go out and they don't express themselves. So once this situation is out, then yes, there are a lot of consultants are there, people like us who would be able to help them out, understand their existing processes, and help them with their processes, efficiency, productivity, supply chain, warehousing, softwares, hardwares, which makes them their processes in such a way that they could be, like a quality or the price or a timely manufacturing of their products, and they could really sustain, and they have a chances to grow internationally, nationally and internationally. So these are the basic challenges which they are having it, because they are really a primitive way of manufacturing, a primitive way of doing their business. And once they really come out of that, then definitely the growth is there. And this challenge is now what I can see it with the new tariffs and different kind of issues, which is really happening. It's getting very difficult, but it's not impossible. I see the future for them. In next year, it's coming up. Is definitely everybody's going to overcome those kind of difficulties. In real life, you have a lot of problems coming up, a lot of challenges coming up. The biggest challenge what I could see in my life today was the COVID, right? And then everybody came out of that kind of a situation in a business scenario. So the tariff or any other thing is not a big problem. It can be achieved. Go out, look for help. There are people outside of your world is available to help you out. Be in a trade show, go out. I'm just talking, on the business owner point of view, small and medium business owner point of view, that come out of your cocoon, go out, be in a trade show, maybe watch some kind of this ABP podcast, what you have, where you really, getting a lot of good professionals and the technology you're bringing in, which they can really make use of it, and they can really come out of the situation which they're going through. So once again, like my other fellows say that they really need to go out and look for the solutions, and the solutions are available.
Sure. Thank you very much for your insights. I appreciate it, and I'm glad that you are back. So we had a chance to get your insights. Truly appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the next round of our questions in Connection America Business Alliance online business networking event. Well, let's talk about next year, 2026. What do you expect in 2026? Any upcoming events, campaigns, promotions? And when I say promotions, you can talk about right now, also your plans for next year as well. Ed, if that's okay, let's start with you in this round. Any promotions, activities going on right now or for 2026, and your expectations for New Year for 2026? Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Reddit. Do you know the biggest challenge nowadays for American small businesses? That is visibility. That's why we partner with Reddit, Reddit for Business. Reddit has more than 400 million weekly visitors. Furthermore, Reddit is reliable. Reddit is the #1 source for real reviews on products, services, and brands. There is a promotion going on. When you spend $500, you'll get $500 in ad credit from Reddit. True story. I am a Reddit user. Anytime I need feedback or review for a product or service, I go to Reddit. I get the real answers, real feedback from real people, from Reddit communities. Scan this QR code and sign up for Reddit advertising for your business. Get the visibility for your company, your products and services. Scan the QR code and sign up today. Thank you for your support. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Just Answer. Real help from real experts 24/7. Experts such as lawyers, doctors, veterinarians, computer technicians, home improvement experts, mechanics, personal tax experts, computer technicians, and many other experts are available for you 24/7 on Just Answer. You'll get your answers anytime during the day, during the night, 24/7, and you'll get your answers from reliable sources. You can scan the QR code on the screen and you can sign up for Just Answer. The answers you need at a price that is right. Scan the QR code and sign up for Just Answer today. Thank you for your support. Support for the show comes from DocuSign. DocuSign is the latest, modern, cloud-based digital electronic signature software system. You can sign your vendor contracts, customer contracts, NDAs, and any type of contracts digitally with no need of local installation or no need of keeping your documents on your laptop or your mobile device. Furthermore, DocuSign is equipped with intelligent agreement management that helps you digitize and automate your repeating contracts, whether that's a supplier contract, customer contract, NDA, and legal documents. I have the QR code on the screen to sign up for DocuSign subscription right now. It comes with a free trial, with no obligation. You can digitize and automate your contract management and document management processes starting today. True story. I also use DocuSign regularly and it works very smooth. Highly recommended. You see the QR code on the screen. Scan the QR code. It'll take you to their website. Sign up today, start the free trial, and join the team, and enjoy the DocuSign features and benefits. Thank you very much. Support for the American Business Podcast comes from Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone is bringing you foreign languages. Learn from the experts, choose your plan to get started, sign up today. New Year is coming, and if your New Year resolution is learning a foreign language, Rosetta Stone is the choice for you. Rosetta Stone is offering you a long list of foreign languages: French, Italian, German, Chinese, Greek, Turkish, Polish, Portuguese, Vietnamese, and many more languages are available for you to get started today. Scan the QR code on the screen and sign up for Rosetta Stone and enjoy the learning experience of foreign language. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining me in 2025 Year in Review special episode in the American Business Podcast. This was part 2, and we have the final part coming in on Tuesday for the part 3 and the final part for the 2025 Year in Review. We also have one more episode scheduled on Monday, live episode, also before the year end. If you'd like to be a guest in the American Business Podcast, you can send us an email, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. If you'd like to sponsor, promote your company, your products and services as an advertiser, we welcome an email from you to start the conversation of a possible partnership, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. If you have a guest recommendation, a suggestion, we also welcome, and please send us an email, americanbusinesspodcast@gmail.com. We love talking about authors, business books, and if you are an author, if you know an author, please help us connect. We love to talk about business books. That's very educational, very informative, and it really fits in our mission in the American Business Podcast, the voice of American business. And we love to hear from business authors, and we love to have an interview in the American Business Podcast. Also, please visit our website, americanpodcast.tv. You can see the latest information about the American Business Podcast. You can also see the coming schedule of the American Business Podcast as well on our website. We keep our website updated. So that is a best resource that you can get information about us, about the American Business Podcast. Thank you very much for joining me, and I'm looking forward to having you in the coming The American Business Podcast episodes. Thank you very much.